Hello and welcome to a very special episode of Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is Vilkada, and today we are actually going to be not just playing the game, but making a how-to video for the new Atlas Roustabout Tug. Now, as I had mentioned, I guess in a previous live stream, that of course I was going to make a lot of how-tos for these, add to my collection. And I did the first couple, and I just thought, why don't we do this together? Maybe you guys would be interested in seeing the kind of the processes that I go through to make a how-to video. So here we are. We were getting started a couple minutes late. I had some technical difficulties that I think are all ironed out. I think we're good to go. So we're going to be doing a couple of things here. Let me get my windows adjusted. We are going to be switching scenes in the recording software, back and forth between there being camera and being the brand. Up there in the corner, I think I'm pointing in the right direction. Is the brand, my red V on a black background. That is normally in my videos, but they are added in post edit. So it's in a different place on the live stream than it is on the. So anyway, the point is that that's going to be gone when we're actually recording, and so will the camera, because normally you don't see me in my how-to videos, just in my live streams. So we will be switching between those, and when I'm recording for the actual episode, I will not be reading chat or responding to it. You guys are welcome to, post in chat and talk amongst yourselves, and I will respond to them when I'm back in the hab. But remember that the episode is going to be packaged. After this is done, we're going to actually edit the episode in DaVinci Resolve, the editing software, and package it to be published as a standalone episode that is not, doesn't look like it was part of a live stream. So we have to kind of pretend we're not in a live stream during the actual recording of those bits. And I'm going to put here in chat kind of a notice of that, so that if anyone joins the stream while we're recording the episode itself, they'll understand why the camera is not visible and why I'm not, why it looks like I'm not talking to the people who are watching. Because again, when I'm narrating a how-to video, I'm talking to the people who are going to watch it later, not the people who I'm interacting with at the moment. So it's a little bit different. Also, of course, a lot of things I say will be redundant because of the fact that the things I'm saying when I'm recording the episode are for the episode, not for the stream. If any of that makes any sense. So let me type something here in chat real quick. It was exactly 200 characters, which is the maximum limit. Also, today we're going to the Roustabout Tug ship actually has a couple of pitfalls in it, a couple of, I'm going to say bugs. that are unique to it in regards to the other Atlas ships, and I want to show kind of why our strategy is the way it is. And often in episodes I'll talk about, that I've chosen a strategy for a given reason. Like maybe in a macro I'll talk about that we're going through a floor because there are, loose objects that we want to have extended to the barge, or the ceiling because there are explosives on the floor. I try to talk about why I pick a specific strategy. In this case, I want to show why we've picked a strategy, and I felt like this would be a good thing to show you guys how that can be incorporated in making an episode, because that is going to require us to record some B-roll footage of things going wrong on the ship before we record the actual episode. And so we'll have those recordings saved to the hard drive, and then when we complete working the ship, and hopefully we get it in first try on getting our 98%, then we will bring in those clips in the editor to show the audience what it would have looked like if they had not heeded the warnings or the reason why things can happen badly and why I picked the particular strategy. And that can also help future-proof the episode, because the nature of doing this in early access is that things change. And if we say don't do this because it's bugged, it helps to show how it's bugged, so that if it's a later version and they don't experience that problem, they know why. Or they're incentivized to see if it's still a problem. So we're going to check on our tools. They're in reasonably good shape. Now I have, before the stream, cycled my catalog so they could actually get a Hazard 9 Roustabout in the catalog. So it's already here. Now I'm going to skip the intro for the moment because we're going to do our B-roll shooting right now. And in fact, we're going to do 2 B-roll cuts to illustrate 2 of the problems that can happen in this vessel. And when I'm ready to do that recording, I'll shut off the camera and cut that bit. And then after we have those 2 cuts recorded, we'll come back to this screen, because we're going to abort. We're not going to go back to the hab. We're going to abandon shift because we don't want to lose this ship. We'll come back to this screen, and then I'll shut off the camera and I'll do my standard intro, and then we'll start recording the actual episode. Let's load up the ship. All right, so the first bug I'm going to illustrate is the engine. I'm just trying to lighten the ship a little bit here. Because we're not going to actually complete this. Don't actually care. This doesn't go anywhere. Actually, I don't want to have a red bar on that. But we're going to show how when we break open this engine, it can throw the ship into the processor. So we need to prep it. We're not actually recording yet because it's only going to be a clip. They don't need to see all the prep. for it. That engine up there, the port side top, is going to be the one that we're going to use to illustrate the bug. So that's going to be the only one I don't cut. I'm going to record the cutting so that they see that there's no shenanigans. But in order to reproduce this bug, we have to work all 4 engines. I mean, technically we don't have to work all 4 engines. We have to lighten the ship by a certain amount, and this is most likely what people would run into. This is the scenario they would most likely run into, because whenever they're working the ship,
account credit applied.
They probably have worked the front of the ship already. Hello, Mr. Reed, and Merry Christmas to you as well.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Glad you could join us. I'm hoping this will be a fun episode, for a fun session. I try not to call. I try not to call. Oops. My live streams episodes because they're not episodic. But I guess they were episodic when we were doing the career mode. But none of what I'm doing right now is going to make it on the how-to, so we can still interact while I'm doing this. Light the ring of fire.
Fire damage. Links
A little toasty.
distance from flammable items.
Quickly work all 3 of these engines.
Thruster unstable. Fire hazard risk high.
I have actually done 2 of these engines at one time, just to see that I could do it. You know, cut 2 of them out while they're on fire, and then run out one and run back into the other one in time to put it out before it blew up. I'm not confident enough to do it every time. I've only tried it once, but it worked. It was definitely nerve-wracking.
Thruster fuel system unstable. Proceed with extreme caution.
So what we're going to run into here for this bug, wow, that's a lot of fire, is if you look at the mass summary on the center, you'll see the ship right now is 68,000, almost 69,000 kilograms. This bug is reproduced once we drop below 50,000. If the ship is heavier than 50,000, then the bug will not happen. Which is why the strategy is going to be for them to process the engines first thing, do not do anything else. So maybe pluck a couple of things off the top. So we're down to 61,000. If we worked that engine right now, it would end at just above 50,000. So we need to lighten the load just a little bit. Cutting 1 engine off will do it. So now we're down to 58,000. All right, so we're now going to switch scenes to the episode configuration. So I'm going to disappear from the stream for a moment. The stream will keep on, but I'm going to disappear. And I'm going to be recording the B-roll for this thing going south on us. All right. And recording.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
And as you can see, if the mast of the ship is too low, which it will be if you've been salvaging anything else on the ship, then that final engine can do this. Can and pretty much will. So this is why you don't want to use this strategy.
Object. Credits awarded.
All right. So the recording is now paused. That was the first bug that I wanted to illustrate. We're going to abandon shift. And in fact, I don't want to pause the recording. I want to end it. Because that way it'll be 2 clips. And it'll make it easier. We don't have to cut up, we don't have to separate the clips. So ending the recording, all right. Oh yeah, Rita, when we did the patch day live stream of this, it was you know, the first reaction, the first encounter of the ships that happened.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. Please enjoy the following inspirational message. Success
And at the time, I didn't know.
Happiness.
I didn't know that there was a weight requirement to cause it.
If you
It wasn't. It's not surprising to me that we ran into it because, you know, the way that I normally work ships is kind of front to back, or you know, I depressurize and get things going. Yes. So if the ship's mass is over right around 52,000, then when you release, we'll say 53,000, when you release the last one, the last thruster, then it won't do that. But the sidewalls are around 3,000 kilograms, and so if releasing it drops it below the 50,000 mark, or if it's already below 50,000, then the ship will fly across the screen. So if you do exactly all 4 engines and don't cut anything else off, you end up around like 51,000. It's just barely enough to keep the ship from moving. So straight to the engines, nothing else. I mean, you might want to take the lights off the top just to keep them from, you know, keep from forgetting that they're there. Like this light right here and that light right there are attached to the engine. So I typically get these guys off just so that I don't absentmindedly forget to remove them before I send the housing into the... They're not heavy enough to be a problem. So it's okay to lose them.
Salvage secured.
So here's going to be the
Count
other
credit
bug
applied.
that I need to show. Let me think how I want to do this. So it's the bug is that if we depressurize through the bottom, the walls inside the bottom section will break, even though they shouldn't. Oh, Reed, I didn't play in 3.0 or 0.3. I joined in 0.4, so maybe. All right, so I'm gonna go into recording mode. I'm waiting for the pulse to go away. All right. All right, recording mode. All right, so to remove the bottom, you would have to disconnect the engines out here. Okay, pause the recording. This saves us time in editing after the
Airlock
episode
pressure
is
levels dropping.
done. No reason to record flying inside.
Airlock pressure levels increasing.
You know, I'm thinking that maybe I could have done that as a high-speed time lapse. Yeah, let's abort and redo this. Stop the recording. If I record the cutting and going inside through the pressurization, I'm showing the viewer that the ship was still pressurized, and it gives me an opportunity to show you guys how to do speed, you know, time manipulation in the editing. All right, let's go into recording mode. So in order to remove the bottom, first we would have to cut the engines off from the outside. You could do this in either order, the outside or the inside first. It's going to be the same result. This way, we're inside, we get to see what's happening.
Airlock pressure levels dropping. Airlock pressure levels increasing.
And then if we cut it from the inside to get the floor out and depressurize from the bottom. See this wall back here and that wall back there? Remember what they look like, because they're going to look a lot different really soon.
Electrical damage.
This is why we don't depressurize through the bottom. This can also cause these to get damaged, and it can even cause the reactor to go into meltdown. All right, recording is done. So that's the two B-roll pieces that we needed for the episode. And we'll work those into the episode once we, not only once we get into editing, but also once we're recording it. We'll try to set up the statements that I'm going to make
Good morning,
that I
Shipbreaker.
made in the recording.
Your theta wave levels are high. Please administer 2 caffeine pods before starting your shift.
All right, so we're going to go into full recording mode. We really only get one shot at this because, you know, if we mess up, after the first shift, then there's no going back. And I want these all to be 98%ers, so hopefully we get it right the first try. All right, I will be back on camera when we get into the hab. Let me check a couple of settings here, make sure they're correct. Check on here as well. Yep, everything looks good. All right. Oh, here we go. Let me set up and get ready. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is Okada, and today we will be... No, try again. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome back to Hardspace. No. See, I don't want to say welcome back because I want to assume that people are returning. Starting in 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is Okada, and today we will be breaking down the Atlas Roustabout Tug. Now, the Roustabout is the third and largest variant of the Atlas, which was introduced in version 0.7, which happens to be the version that this episode is being recorded in. Now, since I am rank 30, there's a couple of things to note. First of all, this will be a hazard level 9 ship, and since the ship is normally introduced fairly early in the game, if you are a newer player, you probably will not be running into this at hazard level 9. That's fine, don't worry about it. All it means is that it won't be as dangerous for you. All the strategies will still apply. Also, since I'm rank 30, I have maximum upgrades for a number of the tools, such as having all the tethers and maximum strength on my grappler. So for you, some things may be a little bit more challenging to move around, but the strategies, again, will still apply. Tethers do not get any stronger later on, they just last longer. That being said, let's hop into this. So, to start off with the Roustabout Tug, there are a couple of, let's say, issues with the ship that we need to avoid. Kind of bugs, maybe? And I'm going to show you what happens if you don't do it the right way. And with the caveat that this is early access,
Secured. Credits
and
deposited.
these things may not be true later on if you're watching this in a later version. Even if that's true, these strategies should still be valid. But we are going to start by working the 4 engines. And normally, if you've seen my other episodes, I don't generally start with the engines first, but it's important on this one, and I will show you why. First, let's just get to actually working the engines, and when we get to the point to where things would go horribly wrong, then we will bring in a little clip and show you the disaster that can happen if you're not aware of this behavior and the reason for why we do this the way we're doing it. The first thing you're going to need to do is expose these cut points.
Valuable object processed.
I'm going to
Credits
leave this
awarded.
top one here alone because I want to illustrate it working properly versus the way it happens if it doesn't go right. So it'll be the last engine that we work. And generally, I would pick up these canisters right off, these coolant canisters. I'm going to leave them for a moment because I want to show you a trick.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
That some people might be more comfortable with than doing it the way I do it, which is a faster and more dangerous way. But hey,
deposit
if we
accepted.
were
Credits transferred.
if we want to be safe, we wouldn't be out in space, right?
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
So the way these engines work is that there is a fuel flush in the back of the engine housing, which we cannot get to. You cannot squeeze through here no matter how hard you try. So you're going to need to cut away the fuel pipes. The thing is that the fuel pipes are live. So we will be on the clock as soon as we cut one of them. Because of that, I want to be able to get this quasar thruster out of the way as quickly as possible, so I'm going to pre-tether it. I'm going to line up, and I'm going to cross cut. I'm going to cut corner to corner, because it allows me to move kind of on the cardinals, line up more easily.
Thruster dangerously unstable. Proceed with caution.
So I don't want to accidentally hit the engine itself, the thruster. Now we're going to fly through the ring of fire. Get set on fire a little bit.
Warning. Fire damage.
A little toasty, that's okay. And then pull the switch. Now I want to point out, at the center of the screen, you see where it says processor and it says panel, and then below it it says 72.8 kilograms. That mass is important in relation to this bug. And I will point that out in a bit, but I just want to point out that right now it's at 72, and that this outer piece, you see that has been broken free, right now shows that it is 3,000 kilograms. That's how much mass that we shed from the ship when we break one of these away. So now I'm going to show you the not ring of fire strategy. We're going to grab a canister, and we're going to just plunk it into the thruster, or anything really, because we want to damage it. And then we're going to hopefully catch it. Come here, come here, come here, come here, come here, come here. Woo! All right, well, pull it back. Don't pull it so close that it's freezing you. And we're going to, of course, it's facing the wrong direction, but that's all right. We can put it behind these, and we want to frost up. Come on, frost it good. The bottom one doesn't want to frost right. Well, there we go. This will last a pretty decent amount of time. And then we can pull it in and get credit for it. There we go. This will prevent the fires from
Thruster
starting.
fuel system breached. Interior unstable.
Of course, it is not nearly as quick because of the time it takes to set up the bottle and chill everything out, but it is safer if you're uncomfortable with fire. And then we can just take our sweet time and fly on in here. Get the bottom here and go under all of it.
Credits deposited.
And by the bottom, I'll point out that the bottom engines have lights on the top. So if you were to fly across, you would run into those lights. So the bottom engine, you can fly under everything if you're on the bottom. Top engine, you can fly over everything. We'll do it for this one. We'll pre-tether it first. And if we look at the mass, we see that the ship is down to 69,000, 69.4. The number we're trying to stay above is 50,000.
Detecting elevated interior volatility.
I destroyed the engine. Aborting the recording. Looks like we had a spam bot. Get rid of that. Normally I don't mind showing my mistakes in game. In fact, I'm not sure how I even hit that, but this series is meant to be a mini-me series, so I want to show people that it can be done.
Cutter 9346-52. Your sleep period is now over.
So we can skip the
Have a
intro
great
because
day.
I've already recorded it. We'll pull that clip in for the intro, and we'll just run straight into the ship itself. All right, going back into recording mode. Let's do it right this time. So the strategy on this ship is a little bit different from other ships. Now, on the other Atlas ships, I've kind of tried to do the engines first anyway because of the mass of the ship for when I'm removing the thrusters. I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Account credit applied.
Though I consider it to be more or less optional, on this ship, it is important that you do the engines first due to a physics bug in the game, which we will show you when we get to it, where it would trigger. So first of all, we want to take all of these panels off.
Valuable object.
I'm going to start cutting these
Credits deposited.
thruster nozzles off, except for the top one. Now, if I were working this just like myself, I would go ahead and cut the top one off at the same time. I'm not doing it specifically for this because that's where I'm going to show you the physics bug. And I want to show you that doing it, you know, that the thing that is causing the bug is a mass issue. It's not the doing that, you know, taking that off last. So I want to mimic
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
the footage of the bug happening as closely as I can.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
All right, so if you're not familiar with the quasar drives and how they are processed,
Salvage secured.
back at the
Credits
back of the
deposited.
engine there is a flush switch that shuts off the fuel. Unfortunately, we cannot get to it because we're too big to fit this little hole.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
So we need to clear out this thruster in order to get there. Now the fast way is the way I prefer to do it. And we're going to show you that right now. But first we are going to tether this to the back. And on other Atlases, I do the engines first because of this right here where I'm tethering the thruster. I don't want it to pull the ship backwards, and I want to have as much mass on the ship to avoid it from pulling. On this ship, I'm specifically doing them first because there is a physics bug that will ruin your day if you don't do them first. Or if you don't detach the engines, but technicalities. So we're going to do this one real quick and show you what happens. Start a fire.
Fuel system breached.
Find it best if we line up and do cross corners because we can just kind of go on the angles here on the cardinals. As you can see, the fire isn't really spreading that fast. Moving on fire a little bit, but see if we turn around, we can see the fire coming.
Recommends maintaining a safe distance from flammable items.
You can see we have plenty of time to come in here and pull the switch. So there's no real panic. But if you don't like being set on fire, there is option B, which is what these coolant canisters are for. Now you're gonna have to have quick reflexes. Sometimes I get lucky with this, sometimes I don't. But we're gonna need to bang this coolant canister so that we damage it, and then we're gonna need to catch it again. Whoop, come back, come back. No. Come on. Did we lose it? We lost it. I don't know where it went. Didn't look like it went into the furnace, but I'm sure it did. All right, well. Fortunately, there are a ton of these. And you can kind of lodge it into the corner, but then it might fly back inside to where you might not be able to catch it at all. Good grief. All right, 2 down. See, this might be another reason why you might not want to do this. Although I've never had this much trouble catching them. 3rd time's a charm. See, we lost money on that. All right, now. I don't even know where that one went. We're gonna restart this. This is just looking bad. Welcome to making an episode. This is the fun that we get to do when we're off camera making these episodes.
Good morning, Shipbreaker.
And we're trying to tell a specific story.
Lynx would like
Sometimes
to share
things
the
don't go
following
right,
message.
and
the only P's permitted in the salvage yard are profit.
you know, an episode
processor,
might
and
be
potassium
half an hour long, but it took us a lot
trichloramethane
longer than a half an hour to make it. Not to mention the amount of time it took preparing, you know, ahead of time, getting the ship on the catalog, testing out the bugs so that we could reproduce them. There's a lot more that goes into this. All right. Going back into episode mode. And recording. So as with all of the Atlas ships, I start with the engines, but on this one, it's more important than on the other ones due to a physics bug. Now I'm grabbing these specifically at the beginning because they are on part of the engine housing, but I'm leaving everything else in the front. Normally you would see me pick up all the little bits and pieces, but I don't want to reduce the mass of this ship any more than necessary. And in fact, I'm not even going to bother depressurizing the ship because that would cause me to lose mass, which is a difference from the way I do other ships. It is critically important if you want to avoid a physics bug on this ship to make sure that the ship remains over 50,000 or more, around 53,000 kilograms. So in the panel at the bottom, you see where it says processor and it says Pano nanocarbon.
Credits awarded.
And it says 79.5 kilograms. We don't want that 79.5 to go below 53. And conveniently, we can break open all 4 of these engines and just barely stay above that number. Which is what we're gonna do, which is why we're gonna do it first before we do anything else. And apparently that wanted to go right through. I am also not going to cut open the top one because I want it to mirror the bug that I'm going to show you after I show you how to work the engines normally. So first thing we need to do is cut these thruster nozzles off. After we remove all the panels. See you later, guys. Not really. And normally I would collect up these coolant canisters,
Credits deposited.
but I'm going to leave them because I want to show you an alternate strategy for working these. Now, if you're not familiar with these engines, at the back of the engine housing is a
Salvage
fuel flush
secured. Credits deposited.
lever. And we cannot get back there. You cannot fit through here. Feel free to try, but you're not going to make it.
Salvage
What we need to
secured.
do is get this
Count
quasar
credit
thruster
applied.
out of our way. And the only way we're going to do that is to cut it free. Now, these fuel pipes are live, so cutting them free is going to cause a fire. So first thing I like to do is I like to line up, and then I'm going to cut across the corners. This allows me to fly cardinally.
Thruster fuel system unstable.
I'm not flipping around or anything like that.
Extreme
I can do this a
caution.
lot more quickly and cleanly. Now we want to get out of the way, that's why I pre-tethered that. Fly through the ring of fire, possibly get set on fire. Now I want to point out how slowly the fire is coming. Don't have all day, but you can see you have some leeway on the amount of time it takes to get here. Also, you can fly under or over all these barriers, but it depends on which engine you're in, which path is clear. So you can see there are lights on the top of this one because it's the bottom thruster. If I flew across the top, I'd be running into those lights. So that's a safer way if you're wanting to just fly through quickly. So now we're going to use the coolant canister to show you the other strategy. It takes a little bit longer, but it is safer. And you have to have some dexterity here. So we have to catch this after we bang it up. So wish me a little bit of luck here. Boom. And it's just isn't going to come back, is it? Come on. Come on, I can see you spinning right there. There we go. Gotcha. All right, so we're going to frost up these pipes. Nice and frosty. Pull it out of here. Let's go down here and get the other ones. I'll get that last one. There you go. And then we're going to clean the canister. Thank you. And as long as these are all frosted up,
Thruster unstable. Fire hazard risk high.
you will see that there is no fire. Well, somehow that fire started, which I have never seen it do. But you can see the other ones didn't. And it looked, yeah, see the fire is not even traveling because it got frozen towards the back. So you can see that the coolant prevents the fire from traveling. Now, whether or not you decide to use the frosting method or go through the ring of fire, it's not going to impact your earnings. The fuel pipes don't get destroyed and don't actually have any value anyway, as you can see by cursoring over them. They don't go anywhere. They don't belong to the processor or anything like that. So if there's fire, nothing is destroyed of value unless you don't get to the back in time, in which case plenty is destroyed of value. And if you look at the mass, we are now at 69,000 kilograms.
Thruster dangerously unstable. Proceed with caution.
And this is a top, so I can fly through the top if I want. So I go past all of these, just like that. Because the lights are on the floor. And you might notice that these are coming apart more and more as the ship gets lighter and lighter. All right, so 3 of the engines are done. And we are still at 61 kilograms. Now, here we're going to cut in, and I'm going to show you that if we had lightened the ship up just a little bit more, what would happen if we didn't do the engines first. So let's cut into that right now. All right. That's what happens if the ship is too light. And it wasn't good, was it? So we're gonna do this just the same way, but the ship is a little bit heavier. This is the same ship that you just saw in that clip. And the same engine. Doing it last, just like we did the other ones. You're gonna see the difference in behavior.
Fuel levels are low.
If you allow the ship to remain over 50 kilograms, or it needs to be over about 53, because if it drops below 50 while you're pulling the switch, it will
Thruster
still have that
systems
problem.
breached. Detecting elevated interior volatility.
Find the ring of fire, the ring of fire. Oh,
Warning.
caught up with it.
Salvage deposit
All right.
accepted.
Now, as you can see, it didn't part nearly as much as it did in the bugged video. And more importantly, the ship didn't move. So that's what we want. Now, if you didn't use any of these canisters, run around and grab them. Again, normally I would have grabbed them as I took the panels off the first time, just to make sure I didn't forget about them. Quite a few of them, wasn't there? Alright, now I'm going to start getting these walls put into the processor. Don't break the tether. There you go. If you are lower level, you may or may not have the grapple strength to move these things with the grappler. I don't recall
Got
what
about
the
5 minutes left in this shift, Cutter.
starting
Don't bite
level
off more than you can
was.
chew. Weaver out.
Nope, I think I forgot to get a light, which is okay. You really don't have to get these lights.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
But, you know, we're going for a mini-me, and why not,
Salvage
right? Makes it
deposit
a
accepted.
little bit
Credits
easier.
transferred.
You see, I accidentally bumped to this, and just how easily it moved. These housings do seem to be surprisingly light for how large they are.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied. Valuable object processed. Credits awarded. Caution. Tether supplies running low.
It's not a bad idea to babysit these because the furnace is hungry and it will happily snatch them up. We also need to remove these from the back. Be careful not to cut the fuel tanks. But the back plating cannot be cut, so it's safe to use it as a background.
Credits deposited.
Oh, well, that's not what I was looking to bump. Stop moving. Please stop moving. I mean, we're going to deal with that in a minute anyway, but this right here is what I was wanting to bump. I want to get it out of the way so it's easier to move this section out.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured.
Oh, it's not going to
Account
move
credit applied.
because it is still attached to the ship. We'll worry about that in a minute. So there is a panel here that you're going to need to remove to get rid of the push pad.
Processing valuable
So I'm going to
objects.
stop it from moving.
Credits awarded.
It's 3 cut points. There's one right here. Be careful not to cut the pad itself. And then there's one hidden back here. And the rest of this is processor. So we're going to send our last tether
Warning,
there.
Tethers depleted.
Get ourselves some fuel and tethers.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Valuable object processed.
And we can more or less go about what would be our regular way of working a ship, you know, plucking all the things off the outside. Keep in mind that the ship is still pressurized.
Salvage secured.
And with that in mind,
Credits
actually,
deposited.
probably best to leave the inner parts of the engines attached, at least the bottom ones. The top ones we're going to have to remove for this strategy. But, you know, more mass, the better when you're depressurizing.
Valuable object
All right, stop
processed.
moving.
Credits awarded.
Oh,
Time is winding down, Cutter.
I was trying to stop it by
Dig deep
from
and
moving by
let
holding
it
onto a
fall.
thing that breaks off. It's all right, it still worked. Cut. Cut. Hold out of the frame. Send it on the barge. Grab ourselves another light. Make sure there aren't any lights on the bottom.
Salvage
We already got
secured.
2.
Account credit applied.
Okay. We're nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope. You still have things attached to you. You still have things attached to you. Ah. Welcome to live streaming, where things go wrong. So we have some more spam bots here. I gotta remove these guys. I didn't realize you could see them, Reed. It doesn't look like we're going to manage to pull that out, which is kind of ridiculous because it's right on the edge and we got a bunch of tethers on it. Unfortunately, since we're doing the 98% challenge, I can't let that go in and I don't have time to save it, which means we get to do that all again. It's funny because when I've practiced this ship, I mean, not this one specifically, but just the Roustabout building my strategies, I've accidentally got the 98%. And the 2 previous episodes when I did the Scout and the Nomad, those were one-shot runs. I didn't have to restart them. The Scout was a 99.4%.
Good
Quite pleased
morning,
with that.
Cutter 9346-52.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little frustrated, but I'm more frustrated because I'm doing it live and messing up. But that's why we're doing it live, is to show you guys that things don't always go to plan. And sometimes making episodes is a lot of work. All right. Thank you, Reed. Good to know that they were well received. Especially considering the first one had no game audio other than the faint background. Which obviously I managed to fix. Alright, going back into... I can't even see the chat when I'm in the other mode because my recording menu is covering it. Which is just as well because it's keeping me from being distracted and looking over at a screen. So I will respond when I get out of recording mode. Why am I still recording? Stop recording. Actually, before I get into this, I'm going to go to my directory where these are being saved and label the ones that we know we need to keep because they're going to get mixed in with these ones that we're throwing out. Recording. Been salvaging anything else on the ship, then that final engine can do this. Okay, so this is our let's call it Tug Bug 1. And this next file I think is going to be the floor blowing. You would have to disconnect the engines. No, this is going to be the one that I aborted because I thought of a better way of doing it, of showing it. So we can delete that file. You have to cut the engines off. The inside to get the floor out and depress. Okay, call that Tug Bug 2. And then the one with the good intro, well, the only intro, right? Hello and welcome to Hardspace Shipbreaker, right off these coolant canisters. And if you don't do it the right way, do not get any stronger later on, they just last longer. That being said, okay, so we're going to call that Tug Intro. Keep that file, and then we can dump the other two because they are the aborted runs. All right. Starting recording. Now, normally on these ships, you'll see me start taking everything off the front right from the beginning. In this one, it is important for us not to do so because we want to reserve the mast. Now, I'm getting these two specifically because they are on the engine housing, and I don't want to accidentally forget about them later. But everything else, it adds up, so I'm going to leave everything else attached that I can. I'm not even going to depressurize the ship because doing so would require me to reduce the mast by cutting a hole somewhere. And it is very important that there is enough mass to keep this ship from bugging out. And I'm going to show you that in a minute. Okay, you're getting away from me. Come back. Now, on the display in the middle where you see it says processor and it says panel, nanocarbon, 79,533 kilograms. That's the total mass of everything that's connected. We need that mass to stay above 53. And you'll see why once we get to the bug. But due to that, we need to work all four of the engines before we do anything else. I'm not going to cut the top nozzle off because when we reveal the bug, the footage for the bug, I want it to mirror what we're doing now. And that's going to be the last engine we work. Cut those. I already cut that.
Salvage
Also, I would
secured.
normally collect
Credits
up these
deposited.
coolant canisters that you're seeing, because I don't use them, but I'm leaving them because I'm going to show you an alternate strategy for working these engines that you may be more comfortable with.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
So let's start with the what I'm going to call standard strategy, or the quicker strategy. This is the way I do it.
Salvage
Now,
deposit accepted.
You'll
Credits
notice that
transferred.
there's a very tight space here, and there are a bunch of fuel pipes. These fuel pipes are alive, and we cannot squeeze through here. Unfortunately, the fuel
Salvage
valve is all the
secured.
way back
Account
there at the
credit
back.
applied.
That means we have to start a fire. Or we're going to start a fire. First thing we want to do is we want to pre-tether the thruster, because we want it to get out of our way as soon as it's freed. And then we're going to line up. And I want to cut across the corners because it's easier to fly on the cardinals and remain precise. You'll see what I'm talking about. So I'm going to cut, I'm going to fly across the corner,
Thruster fuel system breached.
fly up, there's no
Interior
spinning,
unstable.
cut, straight down, and cut. Get out of the way of the thruster. You can see the fire is spreading towards the back. Going to catch on fire a little bit there, that's all right.
Fire damage.
When we look back, you can see that the fire still has a little bit of a ways to go.
Flammable items.
So we had a fair amount of time to pull that switch. You don't really want to go sightseeing, but you do have enough time to get back there and not really worry too much. Also, you might notice that there was a path we could fly across the bottom. That's true for the bottom engine, because there are lights on the top and you would run into them if you tried to fly at the top. It is a quicker way to go through if you don't want to dodge the obstacles. On the top engine, the lights are on the bottom, so you have to fly across the top. So let's grab a coolant canister, and we'll show you the alternate strategy. This requires a little bit of dexterity because we're going to bang this coolant canister and we're going to try to catch it. It might come flying out, it might go flying in, who knows. Fortunately, we have plenty of canisters if we lose a couple of them. So we're just going to bump it. And then we're going to try to catch it. Catch it. All right. It's a little closer to me than I like, but that's all right. Pointing away. So you can see we're frosting down the pipes. Good and frosty. Doesn't hurt to get a little bit of the pipe in the background too. Oh, get a little too close. It's okay if we frost the thruster, it will de-thaw, or thaw. All right, and then let's just pick up the canister to get credit for it. And it gets it cutting. You can see we haven't even bothered to pre-tether the thruster because there are no fires starting. Let's pull this out, send it to the barge. Now there's no racing. This is what I mentioned earlier, you could fly across the bottom because the lights are not on the bottom.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Then just pull the switch. And then we're going to do this one, what I consider to be the regular way, the way I do it. Also, if we check our mass, we are at 69,000. We're above the 53,000, what we'll consider minimum. Cut.
Thruster
Across the
system
corner.
breached.
Cut.
Detecting elevated interior
Back
volatility.
up. Across the corner. And cut. See how nice and smooth that is? Like during the fire. So we'll go to the top on this one. And we can even two-fist this. It has no effect using both hands. See, we bump into the lights if we're on
Warning.
the lights
Fuel
side.
levels are low. Fuel supplies are
All right.
available for purchase.
So
at
here
the
we're going to
master
cut
jack.
to a clip of what happens if that mass is below 53 kilograms when we do the last engine. And that's if the engines are still attached to the ship. Now you can get around this physics bug by detaching the engines from the ship if, you know, say you've already done some other stuff, but that still kind of introduces some problems with the engines kind of being squirrely because they're no longer tied down. Which is why I recommend doing these right off the bat. So let's cut to that clip right now. So as you saw, that was quite moving. And that's why we are doing this with a higher mass. So we're going to do the same engine the same way as you saw in that clip just now. And you'll see the better way, the better behavior of the ship, if it is still heavy enough to negate the physics bug.
Salvage secured. Account credit
Line it up. It's on the top, so we can fly at the top. Catch fire a little bit.
Warning. Fire damage.
You know, a little heat didn't hurt anybody, right? The cold of space kind of warm up. And now when we come out, you'll see the ship is still where it belongs. Now normally I don't use these canisters, so I would have removed these as soon as I took the panels off. But if you didn't, don't forget to grab these now, because it's real easy to forget about them. Now they're not high value, but you will get dinged if they end up going into the processor with everything else. And if you're trying to get your maximum percentage, then, you know, every little bit counts. And I definitely forget to remove these if I don't do them right at the beginning. So I'm not going to wait until I'm sending these into the processor to make sure. I don't think there are any of them on the other side. Oops, one down here. But to be thorough, we're going to check. All right, they're good. Now this one you can get away with kind of peeling it away. Most of them I'll pull in straight because, you know, I don't like them getting near the furnace. Also going to grab this light. Again, if you don't want to bother getting the lights, that's perfectly fine. They're not, you know,
Salvage deposit.
high value.
Alright, you got 5 minutes left in this ship.
But we are
Cutter,
trying to, you
before
know,
they turn the
maximize
lights
our
out on
percentage
you.
for this episode,
We
so we're going to grab them.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And if you are lower level, your grappler may or may not be strong enough to move these manually. As you can see, we don't really need to.
Valuable
Tethers
object
can handle it for us.
processed. Credits awarded.
But it's good to stick around and babysit these and make sure that the furnace doesn't somehow get his hungry hands on them. So the push pad here needs to be cut in 3 places. That's number 1.
Object accepted for processing.
2 and 3 are right here. Make sure that you don't accidentally cut the push pad itself. See the red line? Just kind of nudge that out. There you go. Start getting all the loose objects off the front. You don't have to use tethers to pull these off. If you don't have a bunch of tethers, that's fine.
Credits transferred.
Just save a little bit of time. Let's get these other housings in. Do the same things we did on the previous ones.
Caution.
Tether supplies are low.
After we get the light off of it. Give me, please. Thank you.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
And light off the top. Make sure they don't run into each other here and cause this guy to go into the furnace.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
Also, these can get stuck, and that's not good.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
Go ahead and cancel the tether there and let them... It's safe to send him in now. And let's not forget that we have a bunch of quasar thrusters on this back wall here. Just daisy chain them in.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Cut this. That.
Salvage
And
deposit accepted.
cut that.
Credits transferred.
Oop, that doesn't go there, that goes down there.
Warning, no tethers remaining.
That would have been silly. Rest of some tethers and some fuel.
Welcome to Vendatron 9000. Thank you.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
And we just got a minute and a half left, so let's get all these things cleaned up on the outside, and then we will
Secured. Account credit
go inside the
applied.
ship and depressurize next shift.
Salvage deposit accepted.
Now,
Credits
this whole
transferred.
fuel assembly here is a barge item. The back plate can't be
Tug,
cut, so
we're
it's
getting
safe
down
to
to
kind
the
of
wire.
use it as a background for your
Put a bow
cutting.
on this shift.
Obviously, you want to be careful not to hit the fuel tanks, because that could be bad. Especially when you're right next to them. Give it a little love tap. Little left tap. I'm
Salvage
stuck.
secured. Credits deposited.
Okay, there we go. I'm finally unstuck. Now we are at about 10 seconds left. Normally you don't want to send things to the barge when you're within about 10 seconds, but I think we can make sure that one gets there. And the reason is because
Salvage secured.
if an object's on its
Account
way
credit
to the
applied.
barge at the end of a shift, the barge takes time to turn back on at the beginning of the next shift, and it can actually literally pass through the barge. So anything you've sent to the barge, you want to make sure has been credited before the shift ends. And we have 0 loss. Excellent first shift. Pure profit. So let's head up to the second shift. All right, recording is paused. I don't bother showing the HAB in my episodes because that's just filler time.
Good morning, Cutter 9346-52. Lynx would like to share the following inspirational message. The greatest reward in life is the chance to work hard at work worth
All right,
doing.
so that's we're now locked into this ship. We can't make any mistakes now. Hey there, Moonwolf. Welcome back. Glad you could join us. If you're just arriving, we just finished the first shift of recording what will be the next how-to video. We are in between recording sessions, which is why the camera is turned on. So the 4 engines are dealt with. Next, we need to do the depressurization. They've been peaceful, which is really the most I ask for out of holidays. I made myself some spaghetti yesterday, and it will sustain me for the next couple of days in leftovers. So I get a nice relaxing couple of days of not dealing with food. I hope all is going well for you over there. So for this shift, the plan is to depressurize, and we're going to depressurize through the roof, but we are going to set up the next B-roll. Oh, a ham. I love ham. Right. For anyone who's watching the replay of this live stream, is be like, why is he talking about ham? Is he all right? So anyone who's not watching the replay of the text, Moonwolf is bragging about having ham. And I am envious. All right. So if I stopped by for the leftovers, then when I left, you wouldn't have any ham left. That's my favorite. I had a before I jump in here, this reminded me of a fond memory involving ham. I had a stray cat that I had taken in that was very, I don't want to say she was very picky about food, but I don't know if she just, before she, became a stray, if she just hadn't eaten human food. But I had leftover ham from, I think, like Thanksgiving or Christmas. And I was just, eating it out of the container, out of the refrigerator. And she was, at my feet going, "You're in kitchen, there is food. What are you doing? What is this?" And I was like, "All right, fine. I'll let you have a piece of ham." And she sniffed it and looked at me like, "What is this? This isn't cat food. You expect me to eat this?" And I'm like, "You better eat that. It's on the floor now. I can't eat it. That's my ham." And she looked back at it and took a nibble of it and then went, "Oh my God, this is the best thing I've ever had. Give me the entire bag now." And so then I had to defend myself from my cat because she wanted to eat all my ham. Oh, ham is glorious. She was wonderful. All right. We are going into. I need to keep the pace going here. So Moonwolf, since you're new to it, I'll give you the quick rundown here. The camera and everything is going to shut off because I'm going to switch scenes in the recording software to episode mode. Because this is the stuff that's going to be in the future how-to video that we're making live. So I won't even be able to see chat, and I will not be responding to chat because the way my windows are configured, I will have the editing software over the screen. So I will come back after we go to the next, at the end of the shift, so that we can chat between shifts. Also, earlier in the live stream, I recorded some B-roll footage of a bug happening, and I'm going to set that bug up in this recording. So it won't make a whole lot of sense when I'll introduce that there's a clip coming in, but it'll make sense when we edit the video because the clip will be inserted in the pause and the break. But we recorded that earlier. If you rewatch the VOD of this, then you would see us recording it. But we'll bring it in when we bring up the editor at the end and actually make the episode. So we're going to go now into recording mode. And I'm going to unpause the recording and start. All right, recording is unpaused. All right, shift number 2. We are full on tethers, more or less, full on fuel. Now, these parts here are free floating. These can be removed. Note that there are panels that can be removed that don't need to be removed. You can see the pulsating off of around my cursor. It all goes to the processor, so just be sure you don't tether that. Tether the back or the side. And just let the whole thing go in. We're double checking to make sure we didn't miss anything like a light or anything. And these aren't very heavy, although this one I believe still has the stuff on it, so let's get this first. Being careful not to hit the tanks that go.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
Find it here, give it a little left tap. Just to get out of that little compartment. Now these housings are still attached to the ship, so they're not going to move.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage gained.
And in fact, while we're
Rewards
here, we
increasing.
should probably grab these lights because we'll forget about them later on. Should do this on the other side as well.
Salvage secured.
That.
Account credit applied.
Our tether between our legs. Now this exterior part here, this canopy, is a furnace part, but the interior is still pressurized. Which again, we would normally depressurize a ship before we got to this point, but on this ship specifically, we wanted to retain as much mass as we could,
Valuable
as we
object
saw
processed.
in the
Credits
previous
awarded.
shift. So let's not forget that we still have to depressurize.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
We're going to leave as many of the engines attached as we can, which is to say 2 of them, because we want to increase the mass. And what we're going to remove are the top 2, because we're going to depressurize through the roof, not through the floor, even though I would like to depressurize through the floor. The reason we're not going to depressurize through the floor is because of the second bug that I want to show you. And let's depressurize here, or let's open up the door at least. Now, we don't need this door
Pressure
anymore, so
levels
we're
dropping.
go ahead and loot it now.
Salvage secured.
These
Credits
cut
deposited.
points here on the top are actually keeping the roof on. Well, that's not technically true. They are attached to the roof, but we could leave it all as one unit, but we don't want to. So we're going to remove them. Now these we're not going to flip around, we're just going to tether them like that. We are going to eyeball them and make sure they don't get too close to the furnace. Doesn't hurt to give it a little love tap there. There we go. And that's still attached to the ship. Again, we're leaving those attached for the purposes of mass. Not because of any bugs, just because, you know, when we depressurize, we want the ship to be a little heavier so that there's less chance of the depressurization event moving the ship. We would leave these top
Valuable
ones
object. Credits awarded.
attached, but I want the roof to clear away. All right. So I want to point out, first of all, that there are cut points here, which are attached to the bottom. And you'll see that in the bug video we're getting ready to show you.
Airlock pressure levels increasing.
It had wires, which is something that we could have used when we were going through the campaign. And down here, so there are internal cut points, which is holding the roof on. It's the only thing that's holding the roof on right now. And in the bottom, there are cut points, just like it, which are holding the bottom on. I'm gonna grab all these little stray bits. We're gonna go into the hull and look for any other stray bits. Although we didn't really have to open that door, we could have flown through that hole. And that is a thing to note, that the hull spills into the bottom, which I believe is the reason for the depressurization bug, if we go to the bottom. Alright, I'm not seeing collectibles. Fly back through here. Close the door for no real reason. Now, there is a bug that has been introduced in version 0.7, which is that when a chamber depressurizes, the atmospheric regulators pop off the walls. Now, as you can see by looking at this, where my cursor is over it, we are getting the pulsating symbol showing us that it is actually attached to the wall. We are going to detach it. This is against my standard strategy. You know, we don't normally want to create more floating objects, but we're going to put it in the room that's going to depressurize to minimize the chance that it's going to bang into things. We're going to close the bottom again. And now we're going to cut to a clip showing you what would happen if you depressurize the bottom for the floor instead of depressurizing through the roof. So let's go ahead and cut to that now. All right, so you can see why cutting to the bottom, unfortunately, is a little bit problematic. And that's why we are choosing to go through the roof. Make sure everything else is attached here. We're going to grab this. I'm a little bit nervous about going through the roof because I don't want things flying around and hitting these things. But that's just kind of the nature of it, you know, what's going wrong with that bug. So everything's reflect in the front. Squeaky toy. Give me, nope, come back. And another atmospheric regulator. Leaving everything else attached. Backing out, backing out, backing out. Now we could just plug all these. I said could, we're going to. I'm going to put all these in. Normally I don't like to spend the time to put things in airlocks, but you know what? This seems like a great time to do that. This way we don't have to chase them through space. And they are a small object, so they're real easy to store. Bye, guys.
Airlock pressure level.
All right. So we're going to cut our way through the ceiling, and we're going to cross our fingers. I will note that for some reason these pipes seem to be really touchy about the stinger and really easy to set off. I've done it multiple times, so or the split saw, so I'm going to use a stinger to free these up, just out of an overabundance of caution, because it's no fun when they catch fire. All right, let's get near a wall. Here we go. Grab the wall. All right, nothing broke. That's great. Why are we still hearing depressurization sounds? Nothing else is depressurizing. Okay. we send that to the processor. Now, when we depressurize by opening this door, we shouldn't see the bug that we saw in the clip. This should be... Oh, the thing we were hearing depressurizing was the front because I forgot to close that door. That's all right.
Left of this shift before they
One less
turn
thing
the
that we have
lights
to flip
out
the switch on.
Pitter patter. We're out.
Now that should depressurize safely. Excellent. All right, so now we have a fully depressurized and safe ship, and we can continue salvaging safely. Now I'm going to remove these so I can take the floor out.
Credits deposited.
And I'm going to lighten the ship up for the eventual twirl we're going to do. Strategy that I like doing on the Atlas. If you have seen my other two Atlas how-tos for the Scout and the Nomad, you'll know what I'm talking about. Straighten them out a little bit. Go. I canceled the tether now that it should be in the gravity well because I want it to kind of go in straight. Not something you necessarily have to do, but don't be surprised if one of the engine walls ends up going in sideways and getting stuck in the opening. They are known to do that.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
The reason I'm not pointing it straight into the processor is because I want the back to have a chance to kind of straighten out, so it's further away from the furnace. You can see the furnace trying really hard to grab it, even though it's pretty well into the processor. All right, that's good to go.
Processing valuable object.
Now we're going to go.
Awarded.
Actually, not we're going to go inside yet. We're going to grab our wayward regulators.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
We're going to head down here and cut the floor out. We're going to waste a tether by clicking wrong. Then we're going to cut out the floor. Now that that's a safe thing to do. And we're going to miss the thing that's right in front of us. As you can see, it just doesn't want to come free. Right, we're going to give you one more love tap here. There you go. Knew you could do it. I had faith in you. Okay, that apparently thinks it is tethered to the ship, even though there's nothing there to tether to. We'll see if that wins out on the tether war, which I think it's going to, especially if we help it. There we go. We only have a minute left. So we're going to grab some stray objects. We'll deal with the reactor and all the electronics when we're not up against the clock.
Account credit applied.
I'm going to go ahead and remove this door handle.
Accepted for processing.
Because, you know what, we're going for maximum percentage.
All right, Cutter.
Why not
Wrap it up.
collect up
You got
some
about
door
a
pieces?
minute left.
We are just kind of killing a little bit of time here while we're waiting to run the clock out. Because we don't want to be sending, again, things to the barge
Raw
at the last
material
second.
processed.
And I don't want to
Credits
get into
deposited.
moving all these electronics under the pressure of the clock running out.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
We can start cutting these up. preparing them for the next shift. Again, when you're doing this, make sure that the red line is not across the airlock. All right, we're still at 0% destroyed. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Let's jump to shift number 3. All right, recording is paused. All right. So we're back in live stream mode.
Hello Shipbreaker 9346.
Ship is going quite well.
Links would like to share the following
After a
inspirational
couple of false
message.
starts.
Make the most of your shift by fanning the tiny
Hopefully we'll
sparks
finish
of
it in the
effort
next
into flames of
shift.
profitability.
Clearly this isn't a 4-shift ship, but since we're taking time out to talk about things in the how-to, we're doing things more slowly and illustrating things, it takes longer. Which is customary for a lot of my how-tos. That if I were playing it myself and not showing what I'm doing, they would take less time to do. Moonwolf, is the depressurization bug the same one with the big ships from last patch? No. No. Interesting. That bug is present in the Atlas Scout. If you watched my Atlas Scout episode, you'll have noticed when I took the floor out, it didn't depressurize the bottom chamber. And I have done more than one of those scouts and seen that to be consistent. So something about that bottom barrier is not flagged as an exposable area. So that bug is present in the Scout. In this ship, if we depressurize through the floor, the inner walls blow out, which you'll see. We recorded that in the B-roll, and that's what we're going to cut in at that point in the episode. After we're done doing this, again, when we're done with the ship, we're not done with the live stream. We will be loading up the video editor, DaVinci Resolve, and we'll load all the different clips that we recorded into it, along with all my other things that go into a video, and then we'll construct the timeline and do a few effects and whatnot to package what will be the how-to episode that we'll probably publish tomorrow or Tuesday. Giggling about the in regards to the story about the cat. Another fond memory I had of her was she was a long-haired cat, and she wanted attention all the time, and if I didn't give her constant attention, she would like claw at the furniture. And I grew up with animals, and one of the tactics that I learned that we would use to teach cats not to do things we don't want them to do was to grab a bottle like this, poke a hole in it, and then fill it with water, and you could spray it, at the cat. It doesn't hurt the cat, but it would, cats don't like to be wet, so it would deter them from clawing furniture or whatever. And I did that to her one time, and it backfired entirely, because by spraying her with the water, I was giving her attention. I was acknowledging her bad behavior. And all she did was run across the room and rub up against my leg with her now wet fur. So that she taught me. that didn't fly. She was adorable. Mr. Reed is asking, did they make any changes to the salvage runner gecko? I have not played a salvage runner, but based on conversations in the Discord, I do not believe that there's been any improvement to the behavior in a salvage runner. In fact, from what I understand, there have been, like, we were talking in Discord today about, apparently there were some changes that we don't know are intentional or not, demo charges, where now they are doing collateral damage if they're not upgraded. And based on the description of what I heard, I suspect that the demo charges were always bugged and we didn't know it. And my personal experience with demo charges kind of backs that, because when I first played this game in 0.4 and I made my first series of how-to videos, in all those how-to videos, when I use the demo charges all the time, they're not upgraded. They are at the default explosive range. And the reason I didn't upgrade them, or why am I got this in my hand? The reason I didn't upgrade them is a misunderstanding on my part as to what the upgrade was. You know, when you use a demo charge, it has the green field of what it's going to cut, and I mistakenly thought that the upgrade reduced the size of that field, and I wanted it to cut as much as possible. Later on, I realized that the upgrade reduces the explosion, not the cut, because the cut isn't, the explosion isn't the cut. And so when we went through the career mode in 0.6, I max upgraded that. And I noticed that the behavior of the demo charge from when I had upgraded it seemed to not change from my first playthrough in 0.4 and 0.5 when I hadn't upgraded it. From what I'm understanding now from the conversation in Discord, that if you are starting the game and you don't have upgraded demo charges, they are now creating collateral damage around them. But once you upgrade the explosive range to minimize it, that stops being a problem. People in Discord seem to feel like it's a bug. I think that it was always bugged and was not doing the damage that it was supposed to, and that they fixed the bug and just didn't mention it in the patch notes. So it may or may not be bugged now. Demo charges may not be. If you already have them upgraded, from my understanding, they behave like they did before when they were already upgraded. So we shouldn't see any problems with them. Yeah, Reed, it's exactly it. I for some reason, I don't know if I just didn't read the description of the upgrade when I first played or what, but it was one of those things that I just didn't upgrade because I thought it was reducing the field. It wasn't until I realized that the upgrade was the explosion range, not the cut field. All right, so before I cool off here, I'm going to get into the third shift. The recording is still paused. I'm going to switch to recording mode. And again, you'll notice that the brand, the V in the top left corner disappeared. That's part of the recording mode because we will add it in post-edit when we actually edit the video. Since I normally put it in the other corner in my published episodes. All right. And I am unpausing now. All right, shift 3. We have plenty of fuel, plenty of tethers. and a very naked looking hulk of a ship. So now that it is depressurized, we can safely remove this canopy. We might as well do that while we're here. Now the canopy can be cut, so be careful not to do so. Remove that and send it in. We're not going to bother messing with anything inside the cockpit at the moment. We're going to
Material
focus
deposited.
primarily on getting the shell taken apart. So let's get back in here. We did cut all of that. In fact, the back probably is loose at this point. Yep, it is. Very nice. And of course, we did get the console off of the back, because that's the first thing we did early on. As is customary. Actually, I'm going to grab the side. I don't want it to flip. And that whole thing should be processor. Another thing that I'm finding that I like about the Atlas series is that they didn't go crazy with a bunch of lights everywhere. I don't feel like we have a bunch of lights all over the place that we have to pluck off of everything.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited.
And that is appreciated. Because I've always felt like they got a little bit generous with, you know, a bunch of lights in a place where nobody is actually ever going to be. All right, all this up. No lights. No lights. Tether these all to different points so they try to avoid a traffic jam. Cut this off.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
And unlike the mackerel, we can actually fit through here, whereas we cannot fit above the cockpit in the mackerel. And for our level 9 hazard ship, there are awfully few canisters, but I think most of the hazard is in the bottom where it's really densely packed on electronics. I think that's where we're getting most of our hazard level in this one.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
A little bit of boop. And a little boop. Alright. Now remember, you can, if you grab something from the back with a tether, the tether will go through it. Which is why you'll notice sometimes I grab from the back as opposed to swinging around. You see the tether actually flip to the front. That's true on any ship. It's kind of a quirk of the game. And you can take advantage of it. Alright, no front lights or anything that we missed on it. Everything looking good. We did miss one cut. Now we're being careful to cut that because if we turn to this other angle, we would get the wall. And we kind of don't want to get the wall.
Processing valuable object. Credits awarded.
And there's a light on the other side. We'll get to it. We're going to give us a little left tap to the front.
Credits deposited.
So kind of get it away so it doesn't bang all over the ship. And again, the reason we do that is because of the physics bugs, where light things will move heavy objects. And if it's too close and it bumps into this, it can move the whole thing all around, and we just kind of don't want it to. Alright, we're not going to bother looting the things in the top at this point. We will get to them.
Valuable object processed. Credits deposited. Salvage gains observed.
Alright, where'd the other half of the door go? There it is. We have our second milestone. Now what we are going to do before we go anywhere is we're going to remove these fuel tanks, because they are definitely a hazard. just don't need to have a stray something or something happen and then, you know, boom.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
All right. And we're leaving everything in the cockpit for now. If you have seen the other episodes for the Atlas, you know what's in store. All right. Let's get rid of the reactor. And yeah, this is where our hazard is. Every one of these is here, and every one of them has a power cell on it. Fortunately, we can just do this. And that will separate it all. Look at that, how nice and neat that is. We'll have to pluck all the
Salvage deposit
power
accepted.
cells floating around, but
Transferred.
it's nice and safe.
Salvage secured.
We'll have to
Account
cut out
credit
this reactor plate, so that's going to cause us a little damage on the ship. Can't be avoided.
applied. Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred. Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Oh, I forgot to close the door. This probably will not work. Nope, because I removed all of the power cells. So we're not going to cut the door out of this
Salvage
opening.
secured.
That's okay.
Credits deposited.
But it is something we're going to lose. And we don't need anything up here. We need to cut these out next. Being careful not to cut the cables. Now, I have seen this kind of get stuck on the cables sometimes. That's kind of unfortunate. Fortunately, that one did not.
Valuable object processed. Credits awarded.
Yep, that one's stuck on the cables. So that's gonna be a little bit messy. Yeah, yep. It thinks it is connected to everything else. Is there a cut point? That's the cut point I'm looking for.
Object accepted for processing. Credits deposited.
As you can see, there is no, like, there's no way between them. They're just stuck on. So we're gonna lose a little bit of cabling. I'm not gonna try to, I guess I could try to split some of it off. Yeah, I can save some of it.
Deposit accepted.
All right, so that's the entire bottom. Worry about the radiation,
Credits awarded.
reactor plate later. We're gonna tether this
Salvage deposit
towards the
accepted.
barge.
Credits transferred.
Cutter, there's 5 minutes remaining in this shift. Get in while the getting's good.
Cancel tether.
We wrap.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Boy, this ship is packed. Now we are probably going to go into a fourth shift. This isn't necessarily a 4-shift ship, but we are taking our time to kind of, you know, illustrate a bunch of things and do things kind of slowly. But if it takes you 4 shifts, no shame, right? Take your time to do what needs to be done.
Deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I would like to have this tilted down just a little bit more.
Salvaged in full. Credits applied.
All right. There's so many things in here. Good money.
Salvage secured.
Just realized I also forgot to close the door to this room, so we're going to lose that door as well.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
None of the door handles will work now. All right, cockpit is
Salvage
cleared.
secured. Account credit applied.
If we're really fast about this, we might be able to finish this shift, but I don't think so. We have some delicate cutting to do still.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
With the pipes. Cancel tether.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited. Salvage secured.
Grabbing
Account credit applied.
$2,000 posters.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I'm going to stinger these because they're so close to the wall and the wall can get cut. They go into the processor. I'm trying to finish this shift, so I wanted to just get them out of the way because this needs to be on its way to the furnace. I'm going to do a quick look over here to make sure we didn't miss any lights or consoles. I think we got it all. Oh, no, not everything.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Normally we would maybe take an effort to try to cut the aluminum off the back of that.
1 minute left, Cutter.
We are out
Time
of
to start wrapping things up. Weaver out.
Credits deposited.
You not on the barge? Huh, you were not on the barge.
Salvage deposit
Where the
accepted.
last...
Credits transferred.
Where's the last fuel thing? Fuel thingy. There you are. Trying to be sneaky on me. All right, we didn't leave any on the back. All right, well, we did it.
Warning, fuel levels are low.
Doing a last check to make sure no little stray objects that we can grab in the last few seconds. All right. Whew. %99.6%. That's the way you do it. All right, I've temporarily paused the recording. I'm going to record my outro right now. The recording for the outro is for the episode, not for the live stream. So don't run off. This is not for the live stream outro. This is for what will be in the episode. As soon as I'm done with this outro, we'll go back into the hab, and then I will go back into live stream mode. So that's going to wrap it for this episode. I hope that everyone enjoyed it. 99.6% is pretty awesome. That's quite an accomplishment. So I'm very pleased with the way this turned out. And, you know, as always, there are lots of ways of doing this. You don't have to follow my methods. The point of this is to show you methods that you can use, kind of reveal some of the things that might be hidden, and try to show you what pitfalls are in, you know, like when we showed where there are bugs associated with what can happen if you know, things don't go right. That's really the purpose of this. So feel free to try doing it your own way, or do it the way I show you, you know, whatever fits best for your style. But I hope this was entertaining as well as informative, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for coming out, and if you liked it, be sure to click like. And if you're new to the channel and if you found this useful, check out my entire catalog. I have how-tos on every ship in the fleet, some of which are being updated still, but even the older versions of them are still more or less valid, you know, keeping in mind that we are in early access and some bugs come and go and some changes happen here and there on the ships as they go. So, you know, consider subscribing when you catch the new ones if you want to see the new ones. But again, thank you very much for coming out, and hope to see you in a future episode. All right, wow, that really worked out nice. I'm quite pleased with that, with what we have for material for the episode. All right, I'm catching up on the chat here.
Good morning, Shipbreaker. This is your daily wake-up call.
Yeah, I don't know, because since I don't really do speed runs, I don't know, because I don't know how much value there is in the hull, because we really tear there's a lot of value in the outer hull and the engines. I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if speedrunners completely just dunk the inner hull to get, you know, maybe still get a 98%. I'm not sure. Well, Moonwolf, we are about to edit this video, so now normally I re-watch the entire thing when I'm doing the edit. For brevity, for you guys, I probably will skip ahead at some of it. It's important that I re-watch the entire episode in case there are maybe audio problems. Every episode that you see from me, I've seen at least 3 times. The time that I recorded it, the time that I edited it, and then the 3rd time is after I render it to make sure the render was fine. And we will not be rendering it during the live stream because the render is going to take probably over an hour, and the render is so processor intensive that the live stream would just choke out. Even if you wanted to sit here and watch the software do the render, you would get one frame, every couple of seconds at best. Yeah, it's really demanding. So we're going to exit out of the game. And we're going to switch to a different scene in the recording software. You'll see my image shrink down a little bit because I don't want to cover too much of the interface. And the screen is going to be black for a moment while it loads up the software. And in fact, while it's doing that, I should be... let's see here. This is going to be reading files. So these are the 4 files I'm going to need. Move them to a Hardspace editing folder. So before I do anything in DaVinci, so this is DaVinci Resolve. This is the software that I use to edit all of my videos. If you are interested in making videos, this is free. This software is free. I did not spend a dime on it. And it is very rich in its features. In fact, I don't even know what I'm missing from not buying the full version. It's really an incredible piece of software that I am very appreciative that the developers have made available to give an entry point to people who are interested in learning how to do video editing and do this kind of as a hobby as opposed to a profession. Because I don't make any money off of my YouTube. Not a dime. And this is, professional software is not cheap. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to configure the software. I want to go to one of my pre-saved configurations. As you can see, I'm editing in 1920 by 1080. Even though I play in a higher resolution, it will compact things down. And I'm looking at the preview, and it doesn't look like you're seeing... Yeah, it looks like the options menu doesn't show up, which is fine. You don't need to see it. So I'm loading. All right. All you really need to see is this main window anyway. Looks like we have a spammer that I need to get rid of. Give me a second here to get rid of them. All right. In the description of this video is a link to this software and a link to the recording software, even though I'm not showing you the recording software today. OBS, which is something broadcast studio. Both of those links are in the description of this video. So we're going to bring in all of our footage that we recorded. We have bug 1 is the moving of the ship. Bug 2 is the breaking of the bottom. Then we have the intro from the first run that we aborted, but we kept the intro. and then main is the entire episode that we have paused in between the habs, so you won't see that stuff, which makes it easier when we get to editing. Now I need to switch to my, that's from my OBS directory. Now I need to go to my Resolve directory, which is my editing directory. And I need to grab some supplemental files that I use in all of my episodes, which is the my brand that goes in the corner, my thank you for watching that goes at the end, and then my logo that you see typically in the beginning. And that's all I need to do with the files. We're going to start the timeline by grabbing our intro, just dragging it down. We're going to expand the audio channels. Audio 1 is voice. Audio 2 is game. I've configured it as such. There's nothing magical about that. The game could have been track number 1. They could have been all on one track, which is terrible if you do that. I'm not going to bother editing the video name. And we're going to play forward until we get to, because I restarted the intro a couple of times and I just didn't feel like it was flowing right. I don't pre-script it, I just kind of know what I want to say. And so we need to find down to the last point. Hello and welcome to Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is Okada, and today we will be, no, try again. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome back to Hardspace. No. See, I don't want to say welcome back because I want to assume that people are returning. Starting in 3, 2, 1. All right, I think the third try was what I settled on. Why did this just reset itself? So I'm upping the voice and bringing down the background. And I'll play with this a little bit as I go, you know, when I'm listening to... Oh, and welcome back to Hardspace. No. See, I don't want to say welcome back because I want to assume that people are returning. Starting in 3, 2, 1. I'm going to set a flag here, and then we're going to go forward to make sure that that is the last one. And then I'll come back to the flag. Hello, and welcome to Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is Okada, and today we will be breaking down the Atlas Roustabout Tug. Now, the Roustabout is the third and largest variant of the Atlas, which was introduced in version 0.7, which happens to be the version that this episode is being recorded in. Now, since I am rank 30, there's a couple of things to note. First of all, this will be a hazard level 9 ship, and since the ship is normally introduced fairly early in the game, if you are a newer player, you probably will not be running into this at hazard level 9. That's fine, don't worry about it. All it means is that it won't be as dangerous for you. All the strategies will still apply. Also, since I am rank 30, I have maximum upgrades for a number of the tools, such as having all the tethers and maximum strength on my grappler. So for you, some things may be a little bit more challenging to move around, but the strategies, again, will still apply. Tethers do not get any stronger later on, they just last longer. That being said, let's hop into this. All right, now that was the end of the intro. I suspect, yeah. What in the... So I'm going to back out of this. there seems to be a key conflict between my muting myself in the recording so that you don't hear feedback, and it's causing this to do something weird. I don't know what the key is doing in the editor. I know what it's doing in here, so I'll need to avoid hitting that key while we're doing the edit. And since I don't know what in the world that was doing, I'm just going to abort and restart. And I'm not going to touch that key. I already know. Failed to launch Resolve. Let's try again. You can do it. All right, there we go. I know now where we need to pick back up, so this will only take a second. Okay, I'm not happy about the fact that it auto-saved. That's all right. Actually, I think I know what it does. I think that it's an undo button because I saw my my mixer settings change back and was confused by it. Preferences real quick. Is this coming through all right for you guys? Because I'm getting weird messages from YouTube about not receiving enough video. You know, I'm not even sure where the settings are for keyboard customization. Ah, there we go. Ah, yeah, that's exactly it. The key that I use for muting is the undo. Okay, well, we'll just keep that in mind. And I'll try not to do that. All right, so we just need, it'll only take a second to do this anyway. Copy that down. Voice. Game. Hello and welcome to Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is Volcata, and today we will be breaking down the Atlas Roustabout Tug. Now the Roustabout is the third and largest variant of the Atlas, which was introduced in version... Okay, I believe that is our starting point. Hello and welcome to Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is Volcata, and today we will be breaking down the Atlas Roustabout Tug. Now the Roustabout is the third and largest variant of the Atlas, which was introduced in version 0.7, which happens to be the version that this episode is being recorded in. Now, since I am rank 30, there's a couple of things to note. First of all, this will be a hazard level 9 Starting to wonder ship, if this is... since the ship is normally introduced this fairly is early in the game. Broadcasting properly. If you are or a not. newer player, you probably will not be running into this at hazard level 9. That's fine, don't worry about it. All it means is that it won't be as dangerous for you. All the strategies will still apply. Also, since I'm rank 30, I have maximum upgrades for a number of the tools, such as having all the tethers, saying stream status maximum strength on my grappler. So for you, some things may be a little bit more challenging to move around, but the strategies, again, will still apply. Tethers do not get any stronger later on, they just last longer. That being said, let's hop into this. And the fact that I'm not getting any feedback makes me also think that people aren't seeing or hearing me. That being said, let's hop into this. All right, well, I'm going to continue on under the assumption that this is streaming properly. I can't verify without, ending the stream and rewatching it. So hopefully this is working out properly. We're going to cut here at the end of the intro. Actually, normally I would make a cut right here, but this clip is entirely just the intro. So I'm just going to trim to the end, which is going to cut. In fact, I'm going to go to the full line to show you. We don't want any of this. So I'm going to do a hotkey that says trim to the right, means cut from this point to the next cut point. And in this case, since there are no cut points, it's the end, it's the next break. We'll cut everything to the end. Just like that, gone. And we're going to do the same for the front of the intro, because we restarted the intro a couple of times. And so it's Control-Shift left bracket. It was Control-Shift right bracket to cut the other way. Cuts to the front. Now all we have is just the intro, and that's all. And I can get rid of this flag. It doesn't need to be there anymore. It's the beginning. I'm going to put a mark here on the end just to indicate to me where the end of the intro was. Normally I would insert this. In fact, I'm going to show you the way I would normally do this, because normally this would all be one piece. So we're going to put main on the end. We're going to append it. So this is the entire recording of the episode. Go to the second up and actually display. It's a fairly large file, so it takes a little bit for it to catch up, to process all of it, including the audio. You can see that the audio is not showing. Once it gets a review, it'll display the waveforms. That's okay. We don't need to see those at the moment. Starting recording. So we're going to bump up the audio a little bit. All right, so that comes in to the beginning of the shift. What we do is we want to back up to where it fades in. It didn't fade at all, it just popped in. All right, that's fine, because we will make it fade in. And we're going to cut to the front of that. So Control left bracket. Now we're going from the intro. That being said, let's hop into this. Straight to the session. I'm going to zoom in a bit. Like this. There we go. All right. So when I go to the edge of these clips, you'll see there's a little white tab. This allows me to control fading. I'm going to grab this tab here and go left. I'm going to go to 30, which is half a second. It's going to be half a second fade out. And I'm going to go back and forth and miss the 30 because that's what I do. Come on. All right. And you'll see that that added a fade out. Pop into this. And then it just pops in. So we're going to do a fade in. Drag the other one to 30. And you can drag it for however long you want to draw out the fade. I usually do half a second. Pop into this. So we get the fade out and the fade in. But this is the intro going to the episode. So here's where we want our logo. So I'm just going to right click on it and I'm going to insert the clip. I'm going to mark this for my own reference. Now it fades out. We get our intro, our brand, and fade in. Also, while I'm here, I'm gonna go back to the beginning of the timeline and brand onto here because I want to create a new layer. You can see the gigantic V here in the middle, which you don't normally see when you watch my episodes. Normally it's up here in the corner. But if you've noticed right at the beginning, it is in the middle, though it's not that large. We'll deal with that later. I just wanted to create the new layer. And I'm going to drag it out a little bit because later on we're going to want it to cover the entire episode. But I don't want it to do so now because we're going to do cuts and it'll end up cutting it. And I'm going to want to edit the entire thing at one shot, and you'll see what I'm talking about at the end. But I know I'm done editing the intro part, so I'm dragging it to here. And this way, when I'm on this zoomed out to where I can see the entire thing, I can actually grab this and drag it. If it were too small when I went to this, I wouldn't be able to, and it would just be kind of a pain. So I just wanted to get it to be big enough. It's going to save me time later. And we can see here on the timeline here, the purple. That's where I marked the intro. Just be a little patient with it. Now we're going to adjust our audio levels a little bit. Normally on these ships, you'll see me start taking everything off the front right from the beginning. In this one, it is important for us not to do so because we want to reserve the mass. I'm waiting to kind of I'm getting these two specifically because they are on the engine housing, and I don't want to accidentally forget about them later. But everything else, it adds up. So I'm going to leave everything else attached how I can. I'm not even going to depressurize the ship because doing so would require me to reduce the mass by cutting a hole somewhere. And it is very important that there is enough mass to keep this ship from bugging out. And I'm going to show you that in a minute. Okay, you're getting away from me. Come back. Now there are 2 points in this episode that we need to not miss. So I'm going to try to jump ahead in the editing. On the display in the middle where you see it says processor, I'm done panel, nanocarbon, live stream. I'll actually go back and watch the entire thing from front to back because I have to make sure that there's no audio total mass problems that I have to manually. We need that mass to stay above 53. And you will see why, but we need to get to the bug. We need to find the point where I talk about introducing all four of the engines before we do anything else. So we're going to skip ahead. I'm not going to cut the top nozzle off because when we reveal the bug, that the footage for the bug to the point just before we do the fourth cut engine, straight down and cut. I think that's the out of the way of the thruster, first one. For the bottom engine, because there are lights on the top and you would run into them if you tried to fly at the top. It is a quicker way to go through. And we can tell by the waveform, you see this massive bit here on the top. So we had a fair amount of time to pull that switch. That seems to be you don't really want to go sightseeing, breaking open, but so this you next giant one is probably the second there and not. And then just pull the switch. Yep. That'll make this the third engine. It has no effect using both hands. See, we bump into the lights if we're on the lights side.
Fuel levels are low. Fuel
all right. We need to find the cut. So here we're going to cut to a clip of what happens if that mass is below 53 kilograms when we do the last engine, and that's if the engines are still attached to the ship. Now you can get around this physics bug by detaching the engines from the ship if, say you've already done some other stuff, but that still kind of introduces some problems with the engines kind of being squirrely because they're no longer tied down. Which is why I recommend doing these right off the bat. So let's cut to that clip right now. So as you see right off the bat. So let's cut to that clip right now. So as you see that, what? So okay, the color isn't significant to the function of the program, these flags that I'm using. They're just color schemes that I've adopted that when I see them, I know what they mean to me. And I use yellow when I'm doing certain kinds of cuts. Okay, I need this to not adhere to the you saw what this is like. I was trying to drag this and it's jumping to the other flag. That's very useful most of the time. If I turn that off, I can free cut or free move it. And I kind of want to center it between the point where I said we're going to cut and the point where I said we're going to come back. I probably should have given it an extra second. And when we did the second cut, I did sit quiet a little bit longer because when we do transition effects, it needs a dead zone between them. And this kind of gives us a little bit of a dead zone. But now I'm going to turn that back on because when I do the cut tool, this tool right here, which I hit B, it's a shortcut for the blade, it will cut. If I cut anywhere near the line, it will cut on the line. So it's a nice precise cut. And now we are going to introduce bug number 1 by inserting it into the timeline. Doing these right off the bat. So let's cut to that clip right now. Recording. So let's cut to that clip right now. Recording. Okay, I think we're gonna cut right there. Cut left. And I wanted to get into that, so I got a little bit more of that buffer. And we'll come back and we'll add a transition after the fact. I can jump ahead a little bit here. I also have to make sure that the things I said, as you can see, if the mast of the ship is too low, it doesn't overlap with what it will be if you've been salvaging anything else on the ship, then that final engine can do this. So I need to make sure I'm not redundant. Pretty much will. So this is why you don't want to use this strategy.
Credits awarded.
So as you saw, okay. I don't think we need to cut any of that out. I think that's fine. I think that's good. So let's go to the effects menu and find an effect that we want for this. Now the screen doesn't change much. No longer tied down. Which is why I recommend doing these right off the bat. Jumping to a different place. So let's cut to that clip right now. So I want something that's going to kind of wipe the screen nicely to indicate that we are in a new presence. And it could be something, I mean, it could be something as simple as like a clock wipe, which I don't think would be appropriate for this one because it's not time passing. But where is the clock wipe? Show you what I'm talking about. There it is. So if we cursor over this, you'll see on the screen a preview of what it would look like if we used that. It kind of gives us a quick preview. It's not terrible. Because the motion is us moving forward when a clip comes through, so I kind of want something that plays into that movement. See that how that kind of plays into it? It's like we're pulling through the screen because we're going forward. So that's a decent candidate. And this is basically the same thing. I'm not a big fan of dissolve. Yeah, I use them on occasion. But I'm just not a big fan of them. I think we're okay with the split. So we're going to drag this down, drag on the timeline. And we can select for also, I want to go onto a menu here and I want to change it to where we see all video frames. If I don't have it selected to do all video frames, when it's getting kind of overwhelmed, it will skip frames to keep up with the pace. But since I want to see every frame when it's processing the effect, it's gonna kind of chunk along, and I don't know how well it's going to show in the stream because again it's going to be struggling. But it allows us to see every frame of the effect. So let's cut to that clip right now. See, kind of went slow. We can increase it. I want to increase it to 2 seconds. Oops, no, just here 2. 0, 2, 2. Right. And that stretches it out a little bit. And we can actually make that visible by adding borders around them. And I think a nice thin border is fine. And we can kind of play with the colors. I want it to be very visible because I want to remind them that we are not in the live scene anymore. So I think that I recommend doing these right off the bat. We can go to full screen here. So let's cut to that clip right now and watch it. I don't know if that went to full screen for you guys. The preview and oh man, I'm watching the preview and it's dragging all over the place. Yeah, unfortunately the streaming software is struggling a little bit during the transitions, and I apologize. I don't have my computer is pretty good, but it's not a professional video editing computer. I'm going to go to full screen here. I don't think that you see the full screen. I want to look in the preview. So let's cut to that clip right now and to see if there's a full screen. I'm watching the preview for me to point at the screen. Well, it is really lagging behind. Yeah, okay. Apparently you don't see the overlay of the full screen. That's fine. A lot of times when I'm editing, I'll go to full screen unless I need to edit the audio. But let's move on to the next one. That looks like a good transition. I'm happy with it. And drag this on here. I'm curious if we can reverse the split. We don't have enough. We don't have enough. Video on we didn't cut much. All I can do is put it at the end of the previous clip. I'm going to use this strategy, which is fine. All right, let's see. I want to get on top of it so I can see it.
Awarded.
Yeah, I don't think this one has the option to reverse. So let's get rid of this one. I don't want to do the same one, but we can do something similar. Kind of like this barrel. Where we came from. And we're gonna give it a thin border. Actually, I think we're gonna give it a little thinner. We'll stick with green because it's good contrast with the background. And I'll extend it to 2 seconds. This is why you don't want to use this strategy. So as you, okay, now that looked like it was really slow, but that's because we were doing a frame. So we're going to set to going at real time. Okay, it's fighting me. Doesn't want to give me the menu. Thank you. And so it'll probably jump over it now. Will. So this is why we're not going frame by frame.
Credits awarded.
All right. So as you saw, that was quite moving. And that's why we are doing this with a higher mass. So we're going to do the same engine the same way as you saw in that clip just now. So that's the first B-roll clip that's been introduced. And you'll see the better way. And now we can kind of run ourselves to the end of the shift. If it is still heavy enough. An easy way I can do that is by looking at the timer at the top of the game, because we know the game's got 7 minutes left in it.
Salvage secured. Account credit
Line it up. So we can just kind of zoom out a little bit here. We're around 10 minutes on here. That's going to put us around 15. Yep, 2 minutes left.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
That's going to put us pretty close. Little left tap. And the reason is because if an object's on its way to the barge at the end of a shift, the barge takes time to turn back on at the beginning of the next shift, and it can actually literally pass through the barge. So anything you've sent to the barge, you want to make sure has been credited before the shift ends. And we have 0 loss. Excellent first shift. Pure profit. So let's head up to the second shift. All right, we're cutting here. Pure profit. So let's head up to the second shift. And of course the hab is missing because I did pause. Recording's unpaused. All right, we'll look for the fade in. Starts right there. We're going to cut back to the previous cut. Zoom in a bit here. Now we don't need to fade the clip on the right that we're going to because the game already faded for us. But we do need to match that fade on this side. We don't need to do a video transition or anything like that. We're just going to fade out, fade in. Second shift. Fade out, fade in. All right, shift number 2. We are full on tethers, more or less, full on fuel. Now we need to find where our free floating did the depressurization because we were talking about panels what would happen if that don't need to be removed. We depressurize the bottom, the pulsating off of around my cursor. It all goes to the processor, so just be sure you don't tether that. I'm not 100% sure as to where exactly we did that. Tether the back or the front stuff off. We can. Because we want to increase the mass. And what we're going to remove are the top 2 because we're going to depressurize through the roof, not through the floor, even though I would like to depressurize through the floor. I'm kind of looking for thumbnails. The reason we're not going to depressurize through the floor is because of the second bug that I want to show. And down here, so there are internal cut points, which is holding. And that is a thing to note that the hull spills into the bottom, which I believe is the reason for the depressurization bug if we go to the bottom. I don't know if it was before this or after. Not seeing collectibles. Fly back through here. Did we miss it? We'll close the door for no real reason. Now, there is a bug that has been introduced in version 0.7. Here we are. Which is that when a chamber depressurizes, I think we missed it. That there's less chance of the depressurization event moving the ship. We would leave these top ones attached, but I want the roof to clear away. All right. So I want to point out, first of all, that there are cut points here, which are attached to the bottom. And you'll see that in the bug video we're getting ready to show you.
Airlock pressure levels increasing.
We gotta just listen to what I was talking about in there until I talk about wires, which is something that we could have used when we were going through the campaign. Introduce the clip. And down here, so there are internal cut points, which is holding the roof on. That's the only thing that's holding the roof on right now. And in the bottom, there are cut points just like it, which are holding the bottom on. I'm gonna grab all these little stray bits. We're gonna go into the hull and look for any other stray bits. I'm gonna mark this as a point that we've already listened to, because I'm not seeing. I don't want to be completely lost in where we've already. We didn't really have to point it up. And that is a thing to note, that the hull spills into the bottom, which I believe is the reason for the depressurization bug if we go to the bottom. Inside? Well, that's not technically true. They are attached to the roof, but we could leave it all as one unit, but we don't want to. Now these we're not going to flip around, we're just going to tether them like that. This is the excitement of editing. We are going to eyeball them and make sure they don't get too close to the furnace. Doesn't hurt to make sure this is tap there. Wildly compelling. Go. Content. And that's still attached to the ship. But, you know, the point of this is, again, we're leaving those to show what it takes for the purposes of math stuff, for people who might be interested. Not because of any bugs, just because, you know, when we depressurize, we want the ship to be a little heavier so that there's less chance how it works, and maybe you're interested in doing the depressurization event at some moving the ship. Maybe they thought about getting into content creation. We would leave these top ones attached, but I want the roof to clear away. All right. Now, normally spotting this would be easier for me. So I want to point out, first of all, that there are cut points here, because I would normally be watching this from the front of it back anyway. And you'll see that in the bug video we're getting ready to show you.
Airlock pressure levels increasing.
Okay. I guess we might as well just wires, which is something that I think we've already listened when we were going through the campaign. That's why I was going to skip away from it, but we just need to be thorough at this point. And down here, so there are internal cut points, which is holding the roof on. That's the only thing that's holding the roof on right now. We definitely listened to this already. And in the bottom, there are cut points, just like it, which are holding the bottom on. I'm gonna grab all these little stray bits. We're gonna go into the hull and look for any other stray bits. Although we didn't really have to open that door, we could have flown through that hole. Okay, we already know that we've been past that. Alright, I'm not seeing collectibles. Fly back through here. We'll close the door for no real reason. Now, there is a bug that has been introduced in version 0.7, which is that when a chamber depressurizes, the atmospheric regulators pop off the walls. Now, as you can see by looking at this, where my cursor is over it, we are getting the pulsating symbol showing us that it is actually attached to the wall. We are going to detach it. This is against my standard strategy. You know, we don't normally want to create more floating objects, but we're going to put it in the room that's going to depressurize to minimize the chance that it's going to bang into things. We're going to close the bottom again. And now we're going to cut to a clip showing you what would happen if you depressurize the bottom for the floor instead of depressurizing through the roof. So let's go ahead and cut to that now. All right, there's our spot. So more. All right, so let's recenter this. Zoom in a little bit. All right, so yeah, I thought I gave us a little bit more breathing room, but apparently did not. Oh, that's not what I wanted. So I jumped forward when I turned the magnetic back on, snapping. Okay, that's where I want it. Back to the media pool, we're going to get bug number 2. I'm going to insert it right here. Yep. What would happen if you depressurize the bottom for the floor instead of depressurizing through the roof. So let's go ahead and cut to that now. Have to cut the engines off. Have to cut the engines off from the outside. You can do this in either order, the outside or the inside first. It's gonna, boy, that audio doesn't cut in right. Nothing I can do about it either. It seems like it seems like it wasn't recording the moment that I started talking. So let's go ahead and cut to that now. Have to cut the engines off. the outside. You can do this in either order, the outside or the inside first. It's going to be the same result. I might cut that audio out just because it didn't make sense. You have to cut the engines off from the outside. You can do this in either order, the outside or the inside first. If I just say cut the engines off. You have to cut the engines off. Some way in. The waveform here. You have to cut the engines off. I think right here is where we want to cut. So we don't want to cut the video, but we want to cut the audio. So I'm going to disable that clip. Just the audio clip there of me saying have to. Now, cut the engines off from the outside. You can do this in either order, the outside or the inside first. It's going to be the same result. You know, I think that it works better if I cut more. It is struggling. Thank you. The engines off from the outside. You can do this on. All right. So the audio needs to start there. Question is, do we need all this video? You have to cut the engines off. I think we do. So we're set here. Hit D to disable. And it'll just be quiet. Which is okay. You can do this in either order, the outside or the inside first. It's going to be the same result. This way, if we're inside, we get to see what's happening. So we intentionally stopped talking at this point in the recording because we're going to speed time up. I was looking for, but that's fine. First of all, it did a cut that I did not tell it to do. There we go. So this is going to be
Pressure levels.
We don't need to do a cut.
Pressure levels increasing.
We're going to do a speed ramping trick. And that's why I was intentionally staying quiet during this, because I knew I was going to speed ramp this. And then this is where we're going to speed ramp down. Cursor, thank you. Move this up a little bit to right click. And do controls. Now this clip, which is the entire bug clip. If I back out a little bit here, this entire clip now is under a time control where I can manipulate the time. There's all different ways I can do this. By bringing up a menu where I can select the percentage of the change I want to make. But if I want to do a speed ramping, I kind of want to use this interface. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a couple of marks in it for where I want the time shift to, the speed shift to begin and end. And you're probably not, it looks to me like it's not showing menus, so you're not going to see that. That's fine. I'm going to add a speed point where the thing is. It doesn't really matter where it is because I'm going to manipulate it afterwards. So I'm going to intentionally put it not where I want it, just so I can show you. So we have a couple of options here. Now we see 100% on all these. That means that's the speed it's moving at. If it was below 100%, it would be in slow motion. If it's above 100%, it's fast. And you can see I can drag the line and it doesn't affect anything unless I had already changed the speed. But if I grab the top one, it alters the speed. See, this is it's compressing the front of the clip, which is something we don't actually want to do, but that would be speeding up the front of the clip. And if I go the other way, it slows it down because it extends it. What I want to do is I just want to get it to this point, roughly speaking. I'm going to do the same over here. And now I'm going to change the speed in between the 2 points. And let's go with 400%. So now if we watch this, outside or it'll go from normal speed into super fast mode and then right back out. This way, if we're inside, we get to see what's happening. And then if we cut it from the, that's a little bit not real elegant to snap to high speed and then snap back out of it. So we want to do a speed ramping. So I'm going to select the clip again. And I'm going to do a retime curve. And I want to change a couple of things on here. I want to change retime frame to retime speed. Now you can see that this is the speed it's going at, and then it's jumping straight to a high speed and then dropping back down. Now if I select this point, I can change it to a curve. And that to a curve. Now it speeds up more slowly and then slows down more slowly. We get to see what over time, so you get a speeding up effect. So it makes a difference. And we can click on it and we can stretch out that curve. Now what I'm doing is I'm making sure that the curve starts after I'm done talking. And ends before I start talking again. And I can move this a little bit if I want to stretch it out more. And that looks like a pretty decent curve. This way, if we're inside, we get to see what's happening. Now see, it ramped up. I know it's a little bit jumpy, but it ramped up more smoothly. And then back down. And I could even change this to like 800%. As you can see, it goes through the roof on the curve. But I don't think that's necessary to high speed it that much. 400% should be fine. Now we get back. Actually, we need to make sure that the end. And as you can see, since we have compressed this clip, it's no longer as long as the full clip was. And you can see dead space here. We will delete this dead space in a moment. First, I want to make sure that this is exactly how I want it to be. This can also cause these to get damaged, and it can even cause the reactor to go into meltdown. All right, so you can. All right, that looks good. I'm going to delete the space. And then we need to put in a video transition, which we need to do back here, instead of depressurizing through the roof. So let's go ahead and cut to that now. So we're warping to the outside, so we're going to do a different transition this time. Last time we did a kind of a breakthrough because it looked like it was the same scene. Because we were in the same position that the clip started at. Since we're warping outside, we want something a little different, kind of cut that we are in a different area. And the irises are pretty good for that. See, that's pretty nice. We can do something a little bit more screen occupying, something like this. Which isn't bad. Ton of light. Not as big a fan of. If we had a directional movement, I would consider doing like a slide like that. Paint on is pretty cool. It's actually a pretty good one. I'm leaning towards the warp though. There's drop warp. Which is kind of neat as well. I don't think that's what I want though. Yeah, let's go with warp. So we're kind of warping outside. Zoom a little bit here. So this should cut. Rising through the roof. So let's go ahead and cut to that now. Yep, that was it. All right. Let's grab the warp. So there's not enough dead space in the front, so it's going to have to go into the on the end. So there's not enough. So it's going to do the effect on the front. which is fine because we had no audio during that point. We need to show all frames to kind of see how it really plays out. So let's go ahead and cut to that now. Make sure it doesn't disrupt us seeing what's actually happening. Okay, so this is probably going to show real poorly on this stream, because it's really struggling with this effect in real time. Of course, once it's rendered, there won't be a problem with this. Yeah, looks good to me. All right. Now let's jump to the end of the clip. And see how the transition looks coming out of it. This is why we don't depressurize through the bottom. This can also cause these to get damaged, and it can even cause the reactor to go into meltdown. All right, so where's burn away? Yeah, burn away is kind of cool. I wonder if that would be all right for this one. So we're kind of burning away the bad. Yeah, I like that. The meltdown. All right, so all right, and so that's the last of the clips that we need to cut in. So you can see why, for brevity again, cutting here to the bottom in the live stream, we're going to skip ahead. And that's why we are choosing to go 7 minutes on the, make sure everything else is attached here. Left on, we're going to grab shift this. I'm a little bit nervous about going through the roof because make sure that the red line is not across, and that's the end of the shift of the airlock. All right, we're still at 0% destroyed. Very nice indeed. Let's jump to shift number 3. Okay, that's our cue to fade out. Shift number 3. Zoom in. We're going to get the right timing on the fade. You can see the closer we get to it, the more leeway we have to drag. Shift number 3. Fade in starts there. You can see how much time it saves us pausing the recording between, like when we're going to the hab, because we know we're going to cut that out anyway. It saves on file space, it saves on time of getting through it to edit it. It's a good practice to get in when you start to know what you're going to do and how you're going to structure things. Just don't forget to turn off the pause. Because I have done that before. I looked over and gone, oh man, I am still paused. Jump to shift number 3. All right, shift 3. And I think that's going to be it, right? Because tethers. And a very naked looking, we know that we complete in this shift. We don't have anything else we have to add. Let's zoom out here. And listen to the outro, make sure it was okay. You know what, we want to, before we do that, I mentioned earlier in the episode that we were going to go into a fourth shift, and then we didn't have to. So I might want to edit out that commentary. And I think we were in the cockpit when I made that commentary. Somewhere around the 5-minute mark. So we can kind of skip ahead. I know I didn't say it through all of this. It's between the 5 and 3 minutes, I think, remaining. All right, we're gonna let it catch up, see where we're at.
Cutter, there's 5 minutes remaining in this shift. Get in while the getting's
Yeah, we're
good.
gonna cancel tether.
We wrap.
We know that we've started listening.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Boy, this ship is packed. Now we are probably going to go into a fourth. There it is. Shift. This isn't necessarily a 4-shift ship, but we are taking our time to kind of, you know, illustrate a bunch of things and do things kind of slowly. But if it takes you 4 shifts, no shame, right? Take your time to do what needs to be done.
Deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
Well, that'd be a lot of dead space if I cut that out. To have this tilted down just a little bit more.
Salvaged in full. Credits up.
A lot of dead space. Let's see where that started again.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Boy, this ship is packed. Now we are probably going to go in. So we would cut from here. We're probably going to go into a fourth shift. This isn't necessarily a 4-shift ship, but we are taking our time to kind of, you know, illustrate a bunch of things and do things kind of slowly. But if it takes you 4 shifts, no shame, right? Take your time to do what needs to be done.
Deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I would like to have this. Okay. It would end here. This would be the dead zone of the commentary out. So we're gonna test what it would be like if it would look awkward that I was quiet for those moments, because you know, anyone who watches my videos knows I try to keep narrating kind of what's going through my head so people understand what I'm thinking when I'm doing certain things, and to kind of keep engaged. All right, so that's the entire bottom. That's further out than we need towards the barge.
Credits transferred.
Cutter, there's 5 minutes remaining in this shift. Get in while the getting's
Yeah, we're gonna
good.
cancel tether.
We wrap.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Boy, this ship is packed.
Salvage secured.
There's a long
Credits
quietness.
deposited. Salvage deposit accepted.
I could be
Credits
saying
transferred.
something about how nice it is that I would like to, let's see here.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Boy, this ship is packed. So I could be saying something like, but with the ship turned towards the barge, it makes it really easy to
Salvage secured. Credits
remove,
deposited.
you know, all the items from the cockpit. A little bit
Salvage
of
deposit
chat
accepted.
filler.
Credits transferred.
I would like to have this tilted down just a little bit more.
Salvaged in full. Credits
So we're going to listen to the rest of the cockpit clearing to make sure that isn't a redundant statement. All right. There's so many things in here. Good money.
Salvage secured.
Just realized I also forgot to close the door to this room, so we're going to lose that door as well.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
'Cause none of the door handles will work now. Okay. So I hadn't planned on this, and I haven't had to do it for one of these since I started using the lapel mic. But let's see here. So if we add a new track, we're going to give it an input device of the microphone. All right. Effects. Where is it? It's been a while since I've had to do this because I don't normally have to do voiceovers for Hardspace. There is a, it's probably not showing you the menu that I'm digging through. And it looks to me like it's probably been updated because I'm not recognizing all the settings on it. Oh, here it is, restoration, noise reduction. Set to auto speech mode. And check here. Recording? Testing. Yeah. All right, good. So we mute the output so it's not echoing back. We set to, although it doesn't really matter because we can maneuver the audio later if it doesn't line up. So I actually kind of like to start ahead of it and then start talking when it crosses the line. Well, we're going to say something about how much easier it is to empty the bay, the cockpit while it's facing down. So we're going to record. And now with the cockpit facing the barge, it is so much easier to get all these items out. You can just shoot them straight down, one after another. Way easier really than on any of the other ships. That's one of the things I'm really liking about the Atlas. Right, we're just going to Get it up with get a little pew pew in here, because you know how I like to do that when I'm firing objects to a barge. Come on, line. Drag, please. Thank you. All right, we're going to record again. And it is so much easier to get all these items out of the cockpit onto the barge with the barge just right below us. Just tether, and fire. Oh, make sure we get the right thing here. It is a little bit of pew. Like that. So we can turn audio back on. Go back to the edit. And drag this up so we can see our new audio track that we created. We're going to call it VO for voiceover. And we're going to listen to how it lines up, because the audio might not be quite the same, you know, as the quality of the audio in the episode. So it's kind of important that we try to make it so it doesn't sound like it's a cut in.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Boy, this ship is packed. And it is so much easier to get all these items out of the cockpit onto the barge with the barge just right below us. Just tether,
Salvage secured.
fire.
Deposited.
Make sure we get the right thing here. Just a little bit of pew. Good.
Salvage
Pew
deposit
some more.
accepted. Credits
Just like that.
transferred.
Okay, I'll get rid of the pew some more. That didn't line up well, but the rest of it was really pretty good. I'm quite happy with that. Make sure we get the right thing here. Just a little bit of pew. Good.
Salvage
Pew
deposit
some more.
accepted. Credits
Just like that.
transferred.
All right. Get rid of that. Get rid of the dead space at the beginning. I think we have a good replacement for bad audio. So now if we watch it, we're going to tether this.
Salvage deposit accepted.
Shift. Get in while the gate.
Yeah.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Boy, this ship is packed. And it is so much easier to get all these items out of the cockpit onto the barge with the barge just right below us. Just tether,
Salvage
tether,
secured.
fire.
Credits deposited.
Sounds seamless too. I'm sure we get the right thing here. Just a little bit of pew.
Salvage deposit accepted. Credits transferred.
I would like to have this tilted down just a little bit more.
Salvaged in full.
I'm going to match the decibels here. All right. There's so many things in here. Good money. The other one's spiking a little bit higher, so I think I'm going to leave it turned down a little bit. I realized I also forgot to close the door to this room, so we're going to lose that door as well.
Salvage secured. Credits deposited.
None of the door handles will work now. One last time.
Salvage secured. Account credit applied.
Boy, this ship is packed. And it is so much easier to get all these items out of the cockpit onto the barge with the barge just right below us. Yeah, sounds good. All right, I'm happy with that. And so what I've done is I've cut out the line. I realized I also forgot to because we ended up not going into a fourth ship, so we're going to lose that door as well. And I put more meaningful kind of banter
Credits deposited.
relevant to the scene. None of the door handles will work now. All right, I think that's it. Cleared. So
Account credit applied.
again, I'm going to have to spend time rewatching this whole thing anyway. No reason for you guys to, because I don't think there's any. I doubt there's any more editing that's necessary. We didn't run into that. We knew ahead of time that was something that we might want to change. So we plucked it out. It wasn't because it wasn't because we were going through it and then discovered, oh, that didn't sound good. I need to go through the whole thing and make sure there aren't any instances of bad audio that I might have to fix, kind of like that. But we're going to listen to the outro real quick, make sure it's okay. All right. Whew. %. That's the way you do it. So that's going to wrap it for this episode. I hope that everyone enjoyed it. 99.6% is pretty awesome. That's quite an accomplishment. And once again, as I said when we were actually recording this, the outro that you're listening to right now is not the outro for the stream. I'm staying here for a minute. We're reviewing the recording of the outro, so don't leave just because you hear him saying it's over with, because that's past me. We're just reviewing the audio to make sure it's good, and then we'll wrap up the actual stream. So I'm very pleased with the way it's turned out, which I think that some people didn't listen to me when I said that before, because our viewer count dropped like a rock after that point, because I think that some people thought that that was actually the end of the episode. So sadly, some people didn't stick around to watch the editing. And, you know, as always, there are lots of ways of doing this. You don't have to follow my methods. The point of this is to show you methods that you can use, kind of reveal some of the things that might be hidden, and try to show you what pitfalls are in, you know, like when we showed where there are bugs associated with what can happen if, you know, things don't go right. That's really the purpose of this. So feel free to try doing it your own way, or do it the way I showed you, you know, whatever fits best for your style. But I hope this was entertaining as well as informative, and I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you very much for coming out, and if you liked it, be sure to click like. And if you're new to the channel and if you found this useful, check out my entire catalog. I have how-tos on every ship in the fleet, some of which are being updated still, but even the older versions of them are still more or less valid, you know, keeping in mind that we are in early access and some bugs come and go and some changes happen here and there on the ships as they go. So, you know, consider subscribing when you catch the new ones if you want to see the new ones. But again, thank you very much for coming out, and hope to see you in a future episode. I did the thank you for watching a little too soon. I like for there to be a dead area towards the end because of the end screen that brings up the recommendations for other videos. I want it to mostly be over the thank you for watching, but that's not a deal breaker. All right, so that puts us at the end of the footage. We have a couple of things left to do before this is ready to be compiled or rendered. First thing we need to do is grab the logo, the brand, the giant V, and all the way to the end of the video. And I don't want to overlap. Thank you for watching first. I'm going to append to the end of the timeline. That way they don't overlap. We're going to go back to the front. Now, the reason why we didn't drag this out earlier in the editing process is because you saw we had to do cuts. You know, we had to cut between shifts, and we ended up doing some audio cuts, and it cuts the whole thing. And I want the settings for the the brand, to be consistent throughout the entire video. So that's why I'm waiting until the end to drag it across the entire video and edit the properties of the brand. So we're going to go back to the beginning of the timeline. What I do is I go out a minute, I do a second and a half, and a second and a half for all the changes. So we're going to go to 1.5 seconds.
Hello and welcome to...
Now I'm just doing left arrow and right arrow. That allows me to go one frame at a time. Since we are doing 60 frames per second, or yeah, 60 frames per second, we get, you know, a 60th of a second per click, which is nice and convenient for doing this. And here's the properties of this thing. Right now, these are set for the entire video 2 layer, and for this object within the video 2 layer. So we're going to set it to its start. So I'm going to zoom from watch one of these videos. This is the first thing you see, is this V in the middle of the screen at this size. Now, if I click this little button here, it says it locks in this setting at this frame. If I click this star up here, it locks all of these settings in at this frame. I'm going to be changing a few of these, so I'm just going to, even though right now they're not at this point, I want them to be true at this point. In this frame, this is always going to be true. Now, any changes I make forward, so if we go forward in time,
Hardspace.
if I make any changes, none of those changes are going to propagate backwards before that locked time. So if we click this back arrow, it'll take us back to the last saved frame. This locking in is going to protect the front of this from having any changes without me going in front of that frame. So we're only affecting the back. So that means when we start the video at 0, 0, it's going to be at this state, and it's going to stay at this state until we cross that point.
Hello and welcome to Hardspace Shipbreaker.
So we're going to go a second and a half from 1.3, which is 1.5 actually, 1.5 seconds, to 3 seconds. This is where I want it to end up in a new state. And any changes I make now, the software will calculate what it takes to get from the previous saved state to the new state. So go back to the beginning. Between 1.5 seconds and 3 seconds, you'll see this shrink.
Hardspace Shipbreaker.
My name is... We want to do other things too. We also want to change its position. So right now it's at 0, 0. It's in the middle of the screen. We're going to move it to... Thank you. So now it's going to move. So if we back it up and watch it, it'll shrink and move.
Hardspace Shipbreaker. My name is...
And finally, I'm going to put the rotation angle at negative 360, which will look like it didn't do anything, right? Because is a save point to the current save point, and it's going to alter all these settings along the way. So it's going to go from 0 to negative 360, which is going to cause a rotation effect. So now it's going to shrink, rotate, and move all at the
Hardspace
same time.
Shipbreaker. My name is Wilcott.
And now we're still at 3 seconds, which is its opacity, it's alpha. Now it's any changes I make now going forward will not go backwards to those points. And so we're going to go to second 4.5, which is another second and a half.
My name is Wilcott. And today...
And we're going to reduce the opacity to 60%. Solid to 60% over the next second and a half. So it was in the corner, it was dark, and it's going to fade away.
My name is Wilcott, and today we will be breaking...
And that's going to be the settings for the rest of the video. And the last thing we need to do is, I don't want the brand over the logo, which is why we're going to delete it without collapsing the line. Now, if I hit the delete key, it would have deleted that clip and it would have dragged this whole thing forward, which we don't want it to do. And again, we applied the thank you for watching to the end, which now that I think about it, we didn't need to do because I did it because I did it when we were episode doing the live thing, which I shouldn't have done. So we're going to... You know what, we're just going to leave it. But we don't want... don't want the V overlapping it. So we want to cut the V out. We'll cut it out here. Now I use the... But we don't need to this time. But again, thank you very much for coming out, and hope to see you in a future episode. And that's it for editing it. I know all we need to do is for the thumbnail. And if you're familiar with the thumbnails that I use for this how-to series, I end up putting this, I cut out the ship and I put it in the thumbnail. So I'm going to temporarily hide that view in the corner early, just because I don't want it showing up here. I'm going to go over to the color screen. I'm just going to right click on that image. I'm going to grab a still. I'm going to right click on the still and I'm going to export it. Now you probably won't see the export screen. Just a moment here to name the file. All right, now I have the file so that I can make the thumbnail later. And switching to the predefined settings that work just right for YouTube. So there's no reason for me to have to do all this custom stuff. Actually, before we do that, it's dragging at the moment. So I think it's fighting with the stream software. So this is to update. We need to re-track. There we go. YouTube. I'm going to browse to the folder that I would normally save these in. And Atlas, what's the naming convention I use? I'll just click on an existing one and just change the name in it. Lazy man's way of doing it. Roustabout Tug. There we go. The Atlas Roustabout Tug. And I have it saved in MP4 format. And again, we do it in 1080 high def, 60 frames. And just add it to the queue. And so when I hit render all, it'll render the video. And it'll be ready for uploading to YouTube. I can queue up multiple jobs. You know, say if I had done 2 or 3 episodes of recording, I could render all of them back to back, which is pretty nice. Even if the profile isn't loaded, I can bring up a menu up here that you can't see and tell it to show all projects, and it'll render them consecutively. So sometimes I'll do that if I have, you know, multiple episodes pre-recorded, and just let it render overnight. So this episode is 45 minutes. The render time will be anywhere from 50 minutes to maybe an hour and 20, depending on how much I've asked of it. This, you know, we have a bunch of different clips on this one, so it might take a little bit longer. We're not going to do that on live stream. You would just stay here watching the line move, and that's it. And it would take a lot longer because the streaming software would be fighting with it for priority. And I guarantee that the render software would win the priority, so this would be really laggy at best and definitely not entertaining to watch. So that's gonna be it. I hope you guys enjoyed, you know, kind of seeing the behind the scenes of what it takes to make one of these episodes, and hopefully it was informative. And you know, I'm always available for you know, any questions that you might have when it comes to if you're looking to get into YouTube and have any questions about using the software, or kind of just, you know, ways of getting around. You know that I do this as a hobby. I'm not some big professional YouTuber. I don't make any money off of this. But you know, I'm learning things as I go, and I'm happy to pass on that knowledge. I know that I still have a lot to learn, and I'm always picking up little tips and tricks here and there, figuring out how to do new little things when I run into a scenario where like, oh, I need to be able to do this. How do I do this? And there are a lot of great resources out there. YouTube how-tos for editing are a wonderful resource. You can find how to do just about anything. Of course, the forums, just Google. We'll often run into other people who have questions about how to do something. But I'm happy to give what knowledge I have from finding things out the hard way. So feel free to ask if you have any questions. As is true for any YouTuber, we love comments. So feel free to hit the comment section. Even though this was a live stream, I still see the comments. If you weren't here for the chat, that's fine. You can still comment. I do like talking to the people who are interested in what I do, either if it's from the YouTube side of it, like what we're doing now with the editing, or the gaming side of it. So definitely leave me a comment if you have anything to say, good or bad, questions, you just want to say hi. Lets me know people are out there and that they like what they're seeing. Along those lines, also, don't forget to hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed, because I do, who knows what I'm going to do. But if you've enjoyed it, then I'm likely to put out something else that you might enjoy as well. Also, I'm trying to get my Twitter off the ground, just so that when I do things like this that aren't pre-scheduled, it gives me a good way of letting people know, hey, there's going to be a thing that we're doing. It's kind of a one-off, or we're going to try out something differently. I find that to be a good tool for reaching out. I don't spam my Twitter with a bunch of stuff. It's there so that I can communicate with people in regards to YouTube projects. So you won't get spammed by all kinds of other things. That's what I use it for this specifically. But thank you very much for coming out. Again, I hope you enjoyed it, and hope to see you guys in a future project. I don't have anything scheduled for live streams. We finished our last live stream series, but I will be publishing episodes, and I will put notifications out for live streams as I have something to live stream. And I will be looking for another project to do here coming up, but I don't have anything on schedule right now. So I hope to see you guys in the future, and thanks again for coming out, hanging out, and enjoying it if you do. Have a great time, and I look forward to seeing you guys again.